Okay. Ready to go whenever you guys are.
Okay, welcome to the ARB. Let's see, today is May 25th's agenda. Can we get approval for the April 7th minutes? Those in favor say aye.
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 Beautiful. Jeff, just note that the agenda from April 27th is approved. We're going to start with old business. 7AR-6-18, 230 Riches Dugway. Revisions to approved plans for second story addition and deck.
All right. One second. All right.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Andrew Spencer with BME Associates. I'm here to present for the Riches Dugway project. I believe also with me this evening is Paul Johnson, who is the contractor for and on the project to date. As the board may be aware, this was reviewed a few years ago when the proposal came through underneath a different contractor that was working on the project. And then Mr. Johnson was selected as a contractor to continue with the construction to finalize the building. And Jeff, I don't know whether or not you have the old application materials, but I can run through some of the things that have been revised on this plan.
Yep, this is the old one.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Jeff. Could you, and I'm sorry, could you please flip to the new one? I think some of the main differences here are the front entranceway, which is the proposed south side elevation. The initial schematic and the initial design had the main entry of the house to the east side of the structure. And what we are proposing, if you looked at that proposed south side elevation, is that the main entryway is going to be placed on the road side of the structure. So with that road side of the structure is parallel with Riches Dugway. So they're proposing a doorway in that location. There was a deck that was also proposed as part of the overall construction. The deck had been elongated along the south side to provide for access to the front door. As the board may recall, the deck does lead all the way around the east side of the structure. And one of the other revisions that was done is the number of windows and doors had been relocated. Jeff, if you could flip back to that original plan. I really think the main thing that occurred on the second floor was the addition of a window on the second floor east side elevation. And then a reconfiguration of where the doors are on the first floor elevation. You flop back to the new proposed. Yeah. So what we're doing is they're actually ganging all of those doors together to create one large window mass. And these are operable doors. So it basically creates an indoor-outdoor type of situation to get onto the deck. Where the original door was being proposed is now a window over on the left-hand side of that proposed east elevation. I think if you go to the old again, Jeff, please, sorry to bounce around, but have to do this. Go to the bottom of the page and you can see what was approved originally on the west side elevation and the north side elevation. There's two windows on top of one another on the west side, and there was a collection of windows on the north side. The north side actually faces Ellison Park and cannot be seen. That definitely cannot be seen from the roadways. Jeff, you flip back to the new proposal. There was an addition, as you see, to the west side elevation of an additional window on the first floor of the structure. And then on the north face, there was reorientation of windows and repositioning of those windows. What I will call the second floor, or the windows that are in the middle, that is actually the kitchen area, and that more elongated window is actually over the sink, I believe, in the kitchen. And that area then overlooks into the park proper. We did provide some clarification to some of the materials that are being utilized on the site. The building siding will be a Trespa material, and the color is Paul Johnson on the call by chance, Jeff?
Yeah, he is on.
Maybe if we could, a final color selection was to be made, and maybe Paul can provide that information. Paul?
Hi, I'm here.
Okay, great. Could you just, for the building siding, the Trespa building siding, can you just let the board know what the final color that was chosen was, please?
Yes, it's a mahogany.
Okay, so we're using the mahogany Trespa siding. The decking is going to be an AZAC vintage material, and that'll also be in a mahogany coloration as well. The railing for the decks has been revised from the original proposal to be a verticable in a black coloration. Verticable, basically, instead of a horizontal cable railing, it's actually a vertical cable railing. And then the stone veneer that will be used on the basement portions of the building will be a ledgestone stackable veneer. And it was proposed to be in a slate gray. Has that been solidified, Paul?
Yeah, slate gray will be the color.
Okay.
And that will also be the color of the retaining wall. It would carry through.
All of that would match. Gotcha. Okay. The roofing material is already on, and it was an asphalt shingle material, and that was installed per the original approval the ARB provided a few years ago. And I think at that, I would open up for any questions the board may have.
Thanks, Andrew. I didn't have anything to add. Let's start with Mary. Did you have anything you wanted to add?
Are you muted?
Sorry. No, I'm fine. It's clear.
Okay. Fran, did you have any questions?
No, I don't. I think it's clear. Thank you.
Okay. Casey?
Nope. It was clear. The only thing was the stone part of the submission. I know you said gray, but I didn't see it in the packet.
I don't believe we had at the time, I don't believe that we had specified who the supplier was to be, but it is going to be a standardized ledgestone style steel and pick, or just what do they say?
Lick and stick.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so just manufactured, but ledgestone in a gray color. Okay.
That is correct, to be complementary to all the rest of the remaining colors. And it only appears in that lower portion on the east side elevation. I believe that's the only location that we actually have that material.
Okay. Yeah, I like the addition of moving the entrance to the, the true front of the house. I think that's a nice improvement. So that's all I got.
Great.
Okay. Well, Andrew, you know the drill.
Yes, sir.
Don't I get to go, Brian?
Oh, I forgot you, Chris. I'm so sorry.
How could you? I'll remember that. No.
I had you
My
written
question
down
is-
and I'm so sorry.
Have you selected the front door?
Yeah, actually, we did provide the cut sheets for the doors. The doors are all coming from Rochester Colonial. It's basically a glass front door. I think, there we go. I'm sorry. Yep, you had it, Jeff. That's it. It's not glass. It's actually a wood panel door, a wood door. So the
Oh,
unit,
interesting. Okay.
I
With a
believe
side
that-
light. So that's the front door.
that is correct. Yep.
Can you
Wow.
stop flipping?
Sorry.
There, stop. Feel like I'm playing Press Your Luck. Remember that show? Yeah, so it's a side light. It's a wood plank, like a horizontal there. Okay, very good. That was my only question. Thank you.
Correct.
Okay. Hey, Andrew, did they ever build anything on that deck from a couple of years ago? Is it all going to be new?
Nothing, the deck has not been constructed yet. Plans were approved by the planning board with the current configuration and site plan configuration. The changes, the reason we're back in front of the board here this evening is because of the few minor changes we've made to the doors and windows. And they are looking to be able to pull a permit to enable the deck construction to get underway right now.
Okay. All right, great. I remember this from a couple of years ago, so. All right, great, thanks.
All right.
Contact Jeff's office in the morning.
Very good. Thank you very much, all. Enjoy the rest of your meeting.
Thanks.
All right. Thanks. Bye.
Okay, next we have 4AR-4-21. This is 1835 Monroe Ave, Hanlon Architects, facade improvements.
Hello. Can everybody see and hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. I'm Doug Templeton. I'm with Hanlon Architects. And this is the improvements, facade improvements to Brighton Commons. So we made some changes. I appreciated all the comments that we heard in the deliberation. It was very helpful last time. So what we decided to do is take a step back and really make sure we were looking at this as a whole. So as you can see here, we have all the different sides of the building presented. And it shows all the different, at least conceptually, all the different changes that we would like to make to the facade. So what we did is we pulled back a little bit. We're still removing the awnings on the existing building, but instead we're going to be repainting, patching and repainting the EIFS facade there, and then focusing more on these entry elements and these anchor tenant elements by pulling directly from this new anchor tenant, the orthodontist that's happening in the rear. And we think this is a better approach. It'll allow us to phase a little bit better. It's more of a clean break between the existing and the new. So that was one of the comments, was about getting a holistic approach, which we have here. We also have some renderings that show, we have 3 different renderings that show the different sides of the project. We also looked at, changing some of the colors. We ended up staying a little bit darker than what's there originally, just to kind of keep that same feel of Brighton Commons and not trying to increase that contrast that we were talking about. So we have the lighter band of paint that will be going along the top, and then a darker brown that works very well with the existing brick. We went out there, we took color swatches, we were testing it against all that brick that has a multitude of different colors in it. We found this one works really well. So as you see on this facade, we eliminated some of those column wraps that we were showing on the right side. Now we just have those columns being wrapped right at the entries or where there's an anchor tenant like you would see on the left, that Matissio space. And those are going to be, originally we called them out as a break metal profile. We'd wrap it with break metal. But after talking with our contractor, we decided to revise this to something that's a little bit more sturdy, a little bit more durable. So we're going to do a dark bronze anodized ACM panel that's going to match the existing storefront, but it'll help hold up a lot better than the brake metal, and it'll reduce the chances of having some oil canning where the surface gets dinged up over time. So we want to make sure we do this right. So we brought him in to help us sort out some of those details. Additionally, we bumped up the size of this entry element. As you can see, we bumped it up by a couple feet to get it to rise above the anchor tenant on the left. Since this is the mall entry, as the board stated last time, this would be good to call attention to make it more of a focal point. So we did that, brought in some of the same details, and kind of toned down what we were doing on the rest of the facade so that these areas really would jump out and call your attention to them. Let's see, I think we did submit a signage plan with this as well. I don't know if, oh, there we go, perfect. So what the building owners aim to do is the Matishio signage will be part of the signage plan, part of the new look for the plaza. And so what we're meaning by that is that we're going to take the Matishio font, or a very similar font, whatever it is, and that'll be the new standard font for the tenant spaces. And then we're going to keep the historic Brighton Commons font and use that for the entry areas. So in the back, we have one of the entry areas that you can see on the bottom right there. And then just above that, this is the Monroe Avenue side. We have that again. So we're trying to keep that same iconic look while also freshen it up a little bit and make it very uniform across the whole plaza. So all the existing signage will switch over to this new style of sign that matches the orthodontist as well as all around the plaza, except for these two entry areas. And we've got sizes and things noted on that. We were working hard to follow all the different, guidelines for sizing. It is a little bit of a different building because it does have two faces on it. So some of these signs are a little bit larger. The mall entry signs are a little bit larger, but the rest are very similar to what they were, and they fall within those guidelines. And so I believe one of the plaza owners is on the call here, and I would like to invite him to speak if he's available.
What's his name?
I think he's under Harris Rositsky.
Okay.
I think I see him on here. He will speak better about the signage intent and some of the phasing that they're aiming to do.
All right. I asked him to unmute, so he just needs to unmute himself.
Al, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Well, we want to move ahead as rapidly as we can. And we think that, our goal is to get this done by the end of the year. There are problems, there's no question about that, between the contractors' timing and also the materials timing, which have been some challenges. But that's our goal, to move right ahead with that. And we're anxious to get the facade done, particularly in order to fill the vacancies that we presently have. And Carmen's Cooking, which took the old Sabra place, she's very anxious to get her signage up. So she's our newest tenant. And we do have some other prospective tenants lined up, but of course, they have not even started with the necessary work for approvals that needs to get done.
Okay. Thanks for adding that in. That was very helpful. Mary, did you have anything that you wanted to add?
Well, this is really meant for question time. A few of us were at the site today and we were looking at the color scheme and I'm not sure that we already approved the removal of the awnings or not, but that's one question I had because with the awnings gone, it appears the quality of the columns really jumps out at you. And the quality is that they're lacking in quality. And they look unfinished. A decision was made not to clad them. So that's one concern that I have, given that the palette has been flattened considerably. So it's pretty monochrome now and the details are being removed. So I'm a little concerned about that, but I'll let other people speak to that as far as what it is exactly that's not working for them as well. As far as the font goes, one, I'm assuming it will be required for everyone to use the same font, all lowercase, and yet we don't know exactly what that font is. I'm not convinced that it's compatible with the Brighton Commons. So, and it was mentioned that it was going to match the orthodontist's font. But I think as far as the sign goes, it would be good to know what that was. But I'll pass it to others. They may make similar comments like Casey and Chris.
Okay, thanks, Mary. Fran, did you have anything you want to add?
I look forward to hearing what people say about the samples and the colors, along with Mary. In regard to the signage, I'm still trying to resolve how this new font works with the Brighton Commons font. It is a good approach to do a serif because we have the sans serif as the Brighton Commons. That's the right direction to go in. If it's going to be a different font altogether, you want a different type I think that will work. Changing it to a white illuminated face, I like that direction. And the fact that it's consistent, I think, is the right direction as well, that it'll be required for each tenant to have either the single line or the multi-line. I think that's the right way to go. Also, I do hear when Mary had mentioned it being flat because the colors, if they're all muted, it does look flat. It's a big mass. It would look nice if there was some sort of relief to give some depth to the center. I would like to see that as well, but I think it's going toward a good direction. That's what I have.
Okay, thanks, Fran. Casey.
I guess first, just for clarification on the process, because I do know, I really appreciate the full view of the project. And obviously portions are considered phase 2. Are we right now, is it more conceptual as an overall and focusing just on phase 1 and then phase 2 comes back? Or do we have to fit in all of our comments for nitty gritty for the phase 2 sides? Just so I can hone in.
I guess that's a good question. Jeff, any thoughts on that?
As far, I think it's kind of up to what they want to do. Like if they want this to be the final approval for the whole plaza, or if they want to, because I think that you wanted a concept for the one side, and then like you wanted to see how it would fit in with the rest of the plaza. So it just depends on how they want to phase it.
If I could jump in, I think the first phase that we'll be doing would be the back side of the plaza, the parking lot side, just like how we previously submitted. So that would be the first part. And then we would move around to the Monroe Avenue side. And then once that was complete, those two elements and the painting and the signage, and then move around to that back alleyway side.
I don't
do
think the
that.
question is necessarily with the phasing. It's the question of what are we approving? Are we approving the
Correct.
entire
Oh, right.
plaza? Are we approving just phase one right
Yeah,
now? And
just
that's
be-
gonna,
Yeah, just because Monroe Ave, obviously, there's a lot more to get into. You know, there's, if this conceptually is fine, but I think if we're actually trying to approve Monroe Ave, there's a lot we'd have to dive into, especially with the different angles and a, you know, large addition of glazing. So I just want to know, how much do I focus on Monroe Ave, or are we just kind of calling that conceptual, and then you'll come back for more detailed elevations when we get there?
Let's call it conceptual at this point.
Okay.
So you
Okay.
can see the look that we're going for.
Okay. So yes, so I was one of the ones on site today. First, I do appreciate the changes you made for the main entrances. I like how you gave them more prominence, and then you also, I think, yeah, you also added more, kind of making kind of the Abbott space another anchor tenant, so it really balances out what you've already, you know, what we've already approved with the orthodontist. So I thought those are really nice updates. Honestly, my biggest struggle, and again, part of this was being there on site today, was, you know, the colors chosen. It's pretty much the exact same brown. It's a, you know, a deeper brown, a little grayer, not as red based. But it kind of takes me back to when you know, the first time this plaza got redone, and I think it was metal, you know, some kind of metal paneling back in the 90s, but it was kind of funny that it was just replaced with brown ephes. They replaced brown metal with brown ephes. And now it's kind of going through the same thing 20 years later, just replacing the old brown paint with new brown paint. So, you know, I would like to almost see you just, you know, explore where else could this go. Again, big issue was that the removal of the awnings, we really did, I mean, it becomes very flat. And again, right now, at least with the awnings and these odd tube steel columns that just kind of end, you know, they don't go all the way up to a parapet. They end at a miscellaneous height that doesn't even relate to the scoring of the ephes, at least not in the new plan. They become just very strange. And, you know, with the awnings, that gave a little bit of, it gives a little bit of back and forth interest, a little, you know, and then it also sets up a rhythm. And, you know, it's not just these weird toothpick columns that are engaged and don't go up to a parapet, but now it at least becomes part of a system. When you remove those awnings, it just makes them look like toothpicks. So I think that was our biggest concern. It was just kind of, I think where we're at right now, it's getting there, but it's still missing something. And I think it's going to be very apparent when those awnings come off that it's just, it looks a little odd. And there's got to be something that either ties those columns more into the building, you know, gives them either more presence and gives them more purpose in relationship to the facade, or something, you know, where the awnings are right now, you got to give it some kind of pattern and rhythm to make them look like they belong. So those are my big comments. Honestly, the massing, what you've done to change the massing, I really do appreciate. I think that's good. In my personal opinion, as you wrap around Monroe Ave, again, I like where you might be going with that future left front tenant, you know, anchor tenant, especially with a 2-story of glass spandrel mix. And then again, tying in the larger Brighton Commons entrance. I think those can be successful moves. Obviously, we would want to dive into those a little deeper, you know, to get all the vantage points once you get there. But as a whole concept for phase 2, I think it's working a lot better. And I think you also did a pretty good job of wrapping, you know, I still think I'm going to call it the Abbott's Corner. So it's the west, as you turn from west to south. Not sure if there can be a little bit more you can do as you wrap that anchor tenant around. You know, right now it really is just the side view of this ACM panel. is there something that you can do that's very similar to the orthodontist, where you're wrapping the mass? It's not just a thin applied material, but you're giving it a little bit presence around the corner. I would suggest looking at that intersection, since that is part of phase 1. And again, I think you might not be proposing that. I won't talk about phase 2, but I think taking that anchor tenant on the west elevation, rolling it over on the south, and really just giving that more of a corner mass to make it feel like an anchor tenant, just like you did with the orthodontist, would be my other recommendation. That's it.
Okay, thanks, Casey. Chris.
Yeah, I share the same concerns about Abbott's. I wasn't really clear how that was turned in the corner, and it seems like it's just kind of an applied boomtown thing on the front there. Can you? I'm trying to look at my drawings right now, and I don't understand precisely where you're stopping with this phase 1. Would that face improvement at Abbott's be part of your phase 1, or are we stopping short of that? Where is that demarc point between now and future?
Right now, we would include Abbott's in that phase 1. So it would wrap the corner, whatever we're doing to that corner, and then that would be where phase 1 ends currently.
Okay, so I think that helps. Doing the Abbott's is going to help with that kind of phasing and for things not to look weird in the interim. And really the awnings is my chief concern. And the reason for that, I mean, if we look back at what was submitted last time, there was going to be, a new cornice element, a new wrap coming down those columns. It was going to be addressed. That's gone now. And the only thing we have left to distract the eye and draw the eye away from that, frankly, ugly detail is the awnings. So if those are coming off, you're going to have to do something to dress up those columns. And right now, just painting them, that's just no good. So I don't want to repeat. I do share a lot of this other comments that were made also, but I think that's all I have for right now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. At the end of this, we're going to deliberate and talk about it. But feel free to give Jeff a call in the morning to find out our direction.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Doug. Okay. On to 4A-5-21. This is 51 Park Lane, David A. Walderick. Construction of a single bay carport. Is David here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, go right ahead.
Video, okay. Hi, I'm David Walderick. I'm the architect for this project, and we were tabled so that we could provide the board with a little more information regarding three points. The first was to provide a little bit more information about the infill of a garage door that was being removed into the house. And the second was to illustrate the function of the carport and the clearances. And the third was to address a massing issue. So I'll go back to the first one, and I provided a few extra drawings or additional drawings for this project. And the last sheet, it shows a floor plan, and you can see where the on the north side of the plan, there's a window and a door, a man door. This room is being renovated for a multi-purpose room. it is presently like a workshop. And so we're replacing the garage door that's along that wall and infilling it with a stud wall and a window and a door. And the infill, if you go back to the north elevation right there, it will be infilled with a clapboarding to match the existing house, which is a cedar clapboard 7-inch exposure. And it will be painted white to match the existing house. If I could go to the next point, which was the functionality of the carport. On this illustration, I'm showing a vehicle that is basically 6.5 feet wide by 16.5 feet long, which is the size of a SUV. And you can see the approach that vehicle would have or would take to get under the carport. And if you go to the elevation, the east elevation, I believe it is, right there. The chimney, the existing chimney, protrudes from the house about 2 feet. And this kind of shows, if you were to drive right into the carport, that you do have 10 feet of clearance between the new column of the carport and the chimney that's proud of the house. There's what we did do, though, is we took the suggestion of the board and we actually moved the columns a foot to the north, 1 foot to the north, so that there's a 13-foot distance from the house to the outside of the column, and that leaves I think it's a 9.41 foot area where they can park a smaller vehicle to the north of the carport. But if you look at the illustration, I think it's, well, if you go to the very first sheet right there, you can see where we are adding pavement in that red area, hatched area. So we're adding the pavement to allow a wider apron in front of the carport so that you can gain entrance into that carport a little more easily. And then the last item here was the massing of the carport. And if you look at that elevation right there, the north elevation, we've reduced the pitch of the carport from originally when I submitted, it was close to what the house is, which was an 8/12 pitch, and we've reduced it to a 5/12 pitch. So I think that the height is illustrated on the that elevation, which is 5 feet high. So I think we've reduced the massing of it considerably, and tried to be cognizant of and take into account the board suggestion the last time. So with that, I think I'd answer any questions that you might have.
First question I have, are you on page 3? It says sort of in front of the chimney, it says there's a relocated condenser on that corner.
Yeah, that since I did that, the owners have decided to actually relocate that condenser on the other side of the house. So those two, the replacement or the dashed square there is where the condenser was. And at one time we were looking at relocating it just over a little bit to the south of it, but they are actually moving it to the other side of the house. So that won't be an issue as far as driving in.
Okay. Thank you. Mary, let's start with you.
Mary, you're muted.
Sorry, I did it again. Brian, thank you. I don't have any questions.
Okay. Fran,
I don't have any questions either. Thank you.
Thank you.
Casey?
I appreciate the changes. The scale definitely is much more appropriate, and that's a great improvement. Just a couple questions. Do you have any information on what the new door will be, and the new windows? And it appears that the window sill at least will align with the existing windows on the main house. Is that true? And then does that follow suit on the other windows on the on the rear side of the house that we don't have a drawing for?
Yeah, that was the intent. The back of the house, if you've been out to their property, they have a beautiful backyard, and so they're introducing a couple of large sliding windows, similar to actually the same as this particular window. So you're trying to match those so that when you're inside the room, the new room, they would all be the same. The door is an insulated door, but it does have a glass panel in it. And I think in talking with Ralph recently, he may go to a half glass rather than a full glass, but that would be the basic change that would be made there.
Okay, but it'll have some visibility. It won't just be a solid.
No, it would either be
Okay.
full glass or half.
Okay. That's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Chris?
Yeah, no questions, but yeah, that massing change, I think, no, not speaking for the board, speaking for myself, is a huge improvement. I think it just, even on the front elevation, just makes this fit so much better. So definitely appreciate that.
Thank you.
Hopefully you agree. You're not doing this begrudgingly.
Yeah, it definitely cuts the mass down in the house. It doesn't compete as much.
Okay, great. Thanks for the revisions. Contact Jeff's office in the morning to get our answer.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda, we have 4AR-6-21. This is 1850 Brighton Henrietta Town Line Road, Pathfinders Engineers and Architects. This is exterior facade renovations.
Good afternoon. I'm Sharon Herman with Pathfinder Engineers and Architects with Nancy Jendryzik, our partner in charge of the project. And we're both working on different aspects of the project, so we'll both present. So you're looking at some of our updated elevations. We updated these after looking at some claddings other than lap siding. We took a look at some ethos wall systems, fiber cement panels, and a variety of metal wall panel systems. We were looking for materials that were low maintenance, durable, and cost effective. And we found after looking at all these that the fiber cement really offered us the benefits we were looking for. We liked the aesthetic, and it really worked the best with our building's existing structural system. But we did update the look to the fiber cement panel, which I think updated the appearance of the building and offers more of a modern appearance. So this is what we're going to present today. These are smooth panels. They vary in size. The typical size, though, that you'll see throughout is a 4x8, although you do see a variety of smaller sizes. We've added 2 vertical elements by painting the panels on the south elevation to mimic the brick pilasters that are there to address some of the massing issues and break up the building along the south facade. We do like the contrast of the thinner horizontal elements with the larger panels. So we did include some lap siding from the windowsills on the second floor up to the roof. And then we did extend the theme around the entire building. I think there were some comments the last time that some of the sides and the back of the building were a little bland. So we did extend the theme around the whole building this time. And then we did expand the color scheme. The grays don't show up very well, so I apologize. We had a hard time getting grays to work in the computer. So these are looking a little on the green side, but it's more of a French gray color palette. Hard to replicate on the computer. But we do have like a darker charcoaly gray water table that turns to a lighter gray panel, and then a darker gray for the lap siding. And then some accent colors along the south wall for the panels and the lap siding. And then we've done the stair tower elevator shaft in the darker panel color tone. And then kept the phenolic at the porte cochere, but done that in it's a gloss type panel with a bit of a glitter. It's called glitter, but it's got a bit of a metallic tone to it. So
Which, I'm sorry, which ones were those?
that's on the canopy there, where behind the sign. That's porte
Okay.
cochere.
So Sharon has shown the elevations in which we've tried to address the 3 of the comments. The other comment was to include screening for the equipment for the roof. We did submit only one option. We have 2, but I need to, I guess, get more input from the architectural board, and I also would like to input. So we did, obviously we have one element that currently is being shown at extremely high, higher than the rest of the equipment. So I'm hoping that the reference to the screening was for the tall equipment, and that the equipment that's 4 feet or less is acceptable. Everything other than the taller unit, which is gray, but it's all either aluminum or gray, so it goes in with the color scheme of the building. So there's that. What we did look at was options to screen the adiabatic cooling tower up above. And in order to, if we were to screen it and not just do kind of maybe a one-sided screen, but even that, we ended up, because this is an existing building, we would have to reframe the roof structure in order to take care of the loads and code. And that's very costly. If it was a new building, it would be easier done. And so that is a very challenging problem for us from a perspective of cost. So Jeff, if we could switch, could we show our 2 options and take control of the screen or not?
Not control the screen, but I can point things out for you.
Okay. Oh, you have the options. Oh, perfect. Okay. So option 1 is pretty much the original configuration of the equipment and the views. And you can see on the map, you know, we took our views out a little farther. That was a comment, and showed different views. And so this is with the equipment on a curb, and with the curb, it's roughly about 10.5 feet tall. It is all the equipment, as I say, is gray or aluminum. The 2 faces of the cooler have a tan media. I could say it goes tan and gray goes with the brick in the building, but you guys would probably throw me out anyways, but I did say it. If you go to the next page, Jeff, again, option 1, these are the views from the first 3 are the views from the town line, and right in front you don't see it, but as you said, you could possibly see it as you're driving down. These are also the view from Town Line Circle and the parking lot of the building across the way. The building across the way has a lot of rooftop equipment as well that is unscreened, but that was done years ago. Can you slide down to option 2? So again, I know that your desire is probably to have equipment screening. Again, we can talk, I'd like to talk about that. But again, for the the primary views, we've taken a different arrangement on the cooler, and it is, we reduced the height and made it a little longer. So instead of being about 9 feet wide, it's 12 feet wide, but it reduced the height down to about 7 feet, and the beige would be about 6 feet above the roof, the media. And again, everything is gray. So you can see that from the front of the building and approaching from the going west, approaching from the east going west, you can barely see the unit. You do see the building driving east on Brighton Henna Town Line. Again, the building is at an angle to Brighton Henna Town Line, so there is no square screening that works. And if you go down to the last page, you can also see by reducing the height on Town Line Circle, you won't see it. But as you walk far back to that property and their parking lot, you will again see a little bit of it. So one of my questions is, because it is quite excessive cost to add all these beams up into the existing roof structure to accomplish the screening, is we tried to reduce the height. The other question is the other equipment not being required to be screened, or are you asking us to screen everything that's on the roof? That's number one. And if by reducing the height, would this work for, we've put everything as far back as we can. Again, I know previous projects don't set the bar for the newer projects, but the area is quite commercial, and there are quite a few unscreened units that you can see from Brighton Henna Town Line. If we have to, if again, your verdict says we have to screen it, can we do just a simple screen in front of the face that is tan and not go all the way around? That might help us with the cost on the roof reinforcement. And if this still the cost is too extensive, we would then probably look to put it down on the ground on the back side of the building, which would be the north side, where we also have the generator. So looking for your input on this, and if there's any comments or any guidance you can give us on it. If it's just the cooler, or are you actually looking to have us screen the equipment that's 4 feet above the roof line?
Well, in just thinking about this, I was actually wondering the same thing myself. As far as the cooler goes, that would be the thing that you would see overall. I'm not sure about screening all of the equipment, but if if asking the question, if you had the opportunity to have it on the roof or put it on the ground, which would you prefer? I guess that's a question.
Our preference is to put it up on the roof. It's an air cooler. If we go on the ground, we'd want to fence it so people don't get near it. There's advantages from piping and other things that make it, the ideal location is on the roof. Otherwise, you might have showed it on the ground. So we would prefer it on the roof. The issue is, the cost benefit ratio of trying to add these beams into an existing structure that, we would have probably framed it differently, but this is what we inherited. And again, also if we could very much minimize the screening, like just do a face screening and not have sides, maybe for a second driving down, you might see something in between the gap, because we would put it as a gap. But again, right now, we need to add beams in order to meet structural codes requirements. It's not just a matter of reinforcing the bar joists that are there.
Right.
If it was, we would do that.
Yeah, just since we're on this sheet, I guess, will you be providing some of those guardrail elements from a fall protection standpoint? Or, I mean, maybe we should talk about this, because that's another thing where parapet heights play into multiple things. They don't just screen, but they also do provide safety. So are you now tacking on this extra layer of safety that's just a utilitarian guardrail?
The guardrail itself, well, there's no parapet in the existing structure. So again,
Right.
it's adding a lot of structure and cost. The guardrail, we are doing the, we could eliminate the guardrail. We just thought safety would be better. In putting some guardrail up the access hatch location, the access hatch will have a guardrail to it, but as you step out, we just thought it would be better to put some guardrailing in the corner if somebody chose. But by code, I don't technically need it because it's not a piece of equipment. So if the guardrailing is a problem, we could eliminate it by code.
Casey, did you have anything else that you wanted to add?
Not for this part of the topic.
Now you guys, we didn't know how to do this, whether Sharon should present and break and guys have comments and then me, but you got both parts. So go at it, guys.
Okay, well, I do like the overall newer color scheme. I do like that. So aside from that, and the questions on screening that I think we'll have to discuss, I didn't have anything else to add. Mary?
Mary, you're muted.
I guess you're just gonna have to listen to me gurgle in between. Otherwise, I'll have to keep turning it back on. I appreciate that you gone to the trouble of getting all the viewpoints to show the impact of the mechanical equipment. And I'm certainly open to partial screening. I think you understand where the views are. And I think it can be very effective if it's done strategically. But that said, we'll have to discuss it as a board to see what we can recommend to you.
And as you look at these elevations here, this is with the equipment at the fuller height, and we really would probably go to the lower height, which would take it down quite a bit.
Sure.
But again, right now, all the screening that we've looked at does require extensive roof reframing, adding structural beams, so we'll have to take a look at that based on your input.
So real quick, the mechanicals that you have shown for the coolers, you have two different options there.
Right.
You could do a higher one or a lower one.
Yeah, the higher one is there. It's, if you take a look at the north elevation, that's probably the easiest one. Right now, on top of the curb from the roof, it's about 10.5 feet high. And it's 9 feet wide and 8 feet long, 8 feet into the paper. The unit that we are proposing in the option 2 schemes would be, it's, memories are a bad thing here. In looking at the north view, it would be only 5'9" wide, so it's not as wide, and that would be an end that would look gray. And then it would be 12'7" going east, and the east and west elevations, if you will, would be 12'7". And then sitting on top of the curb, the top is about a foot of gray material, and then but it would be about 7 feet high on top of the curb. And so again, screening it, if we only screened it, if we use the tall one, I might only have to screen the southern exposure. If we use the lower one, which would be less seen, but I'd probably end up if I did independent screens, I'm guessing you would want east and west. And then we'd have to look to see if we have to, how many beams we would have to add. And if we have to add columns and footings or whatever. Again, because the structure wasn't designed for certain loads.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Fran?
I wanted to confirm that I understood correctly that both the lap siding and the large format fiber cement panels are smooth texture. Is that correct?
The large format panels are smooth. The lap siding has not been confirmed yet. So it was a wood grain before.
We're having a hard time hearing you. Thank you.
Speak again. Yeah, so the large format panels will be smooth, and the lap siding is it's smooth right now, but we need to confirm with the client. I can confirm that.
Thank you.
Casey?
I like what you've done with the material palette, kind of breaking it up. It's a lot less of a big mass. And I appreciate what you've done on the south elevation, kind of giving it a little bit more rhythm and just breaking out that facade a little bit. Where I struggle is that you've set up kind of a grid system. You've got the windows on the first floor, they create a vertical grid, they go up, and like in the center of the south elevation, it's pretty much successful, but now it creates this composition that makes sense. But then I go to the left of the south elevation and the windows just don't work with what's happening below, these second story windows. And the same thing on the right side, between the entrance and the center, you've got the off center, 4-light window below, and then above you've got, a window above a panel as opposed to above, an opening. So just, I really struggle with the rhythm and the gridding that was set up. Like you set yourself up for success and then you get upstairs and it just doesn't work. I do want to know, so I understand, obviously, one window per patient room. Does the rhythm have to be that rigid that you've got, that these windows have to be perfectly centered within every single room? Because they're not centered on the right side. So they're not all perfectly centered, but I think it's like, where can you find some flexibility with windows within the wall? So you can work with the, obviously you've got a set size for a patient room and for offices, but find some flexibility on where the apertures can occur so that you can really build a real facade. At some point, true architecture, you're not designing from the inside out, it's holistic. And we understand what's happening on the inside, but at some point the outside and the inside really need to start working together. So that is by far my largest struggle with this revision. It's definitely an improvement to last month, but some of these primary facades, they need a little bit more attention. And if you're going to put together this grid and this vertical alignment, then you really got to commit to it and make it work. But that's just my opinion. And then just a really small attention to detail, where you've got the lap siding, is it coming into a vertical board or not? Consistently, there's many times where you've got that vertical trim board kind of, ending that detail. but then there's a couple points where it's just dying into the adjacent flat panel. I think you want to be consistent with those types of details and determine how these different materials come together. You know, pick your way and then really make sure that goes throughout the entire building. And another small, you know, one of the nitpicky ones, looking at the east elevation, why are 4 windows not divided lights? They look to be just about the same size as all the other patient rooms. Is it a mistake? I don't think it is, because even the plan shows it with just 1 light. But why do those 4 rooms get treated differently? And do they have to be? You know, can they be consistent with other rooms?
Yeah, those are the single rooms that are a little bit too big to be divided. We can relook at those.
The single rooms are, the windows have been reduced because of some of the structural framing for cross bracing and things like that, so that they cannot be the same width as some of the other windows, so that the size was narrowed a little bit. And when we narrowed it, we thought that by dividing it would be too narrow. They are not the same size. And as far as the front, as we said last time, especially up on the 2nd floor, what we've strived is to put the bedroom windows in the middle of the 10-foot room so that they're not over a patient's bed, okay? And then, of course, you know, in the previous one, we were trying to create the ribbon look of the windows, and we agreed that that probably wouldn't go. But the reason was that so that it wasn't so, the rhythm of the 2nd floor and the 1st floor wasn't as obvious, but by just allowing to put the unit windows that we have, you now probably see more of the, us trying to make it symmetrical or some rhythm to it, but it is always a challenge. And we would have to put windows half over beds and half not over and things like that because of the sizing of the, you know, the bedrooms themselves. So I
Are the
understand.
beds on an exterior wall?
What's that?
Are the beds on the exterior wall?
Yes, the heads of the beds are, yeah. Yeah.
So essentially you're sticking a bed into one corner of the room? And then
We're sticking
double
2 beds,
room.
they're double. So on each side of the windows, there's a bed. Other than the single bedrooms that are on the east side, the rest of them are all double beds, the mandatory bed count. And so, you know, that's the placement of the window right now.
And the beds can't rotate, so they're going perpendicular.
No, they cannot. The rooms are pretty narrow. The trying to get the bed count in the beds and the bedrooms arrangements were, you know, that is kind of fixed at this point. Windows could go over beds or whatever, but again, we've played with the pattern and the rhythm of it quite a bit to try to see, but you know, unfortunately, you know, there's certain mandates of, you know, we have a limited size on the footprint of the building. It's not like a new construction where we could change some dimensions and things like that.
Right, I understand. Okay.
Okay, Chris?
I just have a question about the colors. So on the south facade, it looks like the trim in the light gray areas, you've got like a dark gray trim, and then you turn the corner and all of it looks to be the same gray. And I'm wondering, is that intentional?
It's the same colors, the same different colors throughout, so.
Let me see here. Can I annotate? You haven't turned on annotation, Jess.
Try now.
There we go. So I'm talking about is like, if you look at this window, dark trim, and then on the side, the trim is no longer dark. Is that intentional?
Yeah, that was just on the south side. We did that just on the main facade.
why not continue it? I guess I don't understand why.
Good.
So, yeah, then on the screening, I just did a Google walk down Brighton Henrietta Town Line Road. There's quite a bit of equipment that is yay high all over the place. U of R, DeMarco, Admar, all of that. So it's really just, when you get to a piece of equipment that's this large, so at the 9-foot option, right, where it's lower, how much, what is, for example, maybe we could go to a drawing that actually has your equipment shown.
The option views or something.
Yeah, there one. Just go
That
to the
one.
north elevation there. Zoom in on that. So how high are these? Oops.
That unit is 4.5 feet tall.
Okay.
So.
And that's 4.5 plus the curb.
No, that's with the curb.
With the curb is 4.5.
Yeah, 54,
and
54 inches.
your lower option here is 9.
No,
feet
the
with
lower
curb?
option will be
7, I think.
7 feet. So it
7 feet.
yeah. So
So
and it's
like
in
here.
this view, it's narrower, but it's longer in the other. So it looks more like that, except for it doesn't have a diagonal piece, but it would be more in tune with that kind of equipment. Yes.
Okay.
And that's
Thank
what
you.
we are proposing actually, but we got the reconfig kind of late, So.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for presenting. Contact Jeff's office in the morning to get our answer. We'll deliberate at the end.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, we are on to new business. This is 5AR-1-21. 1253 Clover Street, Samuel R. Trapani, addition to a sunroom.
Go ahead, Sam.
Hello,
Hello.
Hi.
can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. What would you like me to do? Describe the project or?
Yeah, just walk through it. That'd be great.
Okay, so I'm just trying to get my screen moved over here. For some reason, I'm having trouble. Now, what we have is a sunroom on our home, which is the size of which is not very conducive to using as a family room. We don't have a family room in the house. So it's about 11.5 feet inside by 21 feet. You can see in the top left here of the drawing, the right 2/3 of the room is the existing. And you can see on the bottom line there, right where your cursor was, 7 foot is the addition that we'd like to add so that the room sizing will be more, current with what's needed to be able to lay the couch out properly, have a television, etc. That's pretty much it. I've sent some pictures in. We're keeping everything to match existing. We'd like to reuse the end windows, which are in that top picture there on the right side. You might be, there's the end windows. We're planning to remove those and push them out 7 feet into the new space. And the existing room, except for the end wall, will not be touched. That's pretty much it. I don't know if you need any more information or.
The materials are going to match with everything that you're showing. We're going to match the house.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, that's one of the key reasons why we want to reuse the windows is to keep all of the materials original. Everything in the home is pretty much original. So we really don't want to have a mishmash of, you know, one style window versus the original windows, et cetera.
Okay. Mary, let's start with you.
I just wanted to ask about the roof. Is it a virtually flat roof? And if it's pitched, how does that change over the new length?
Yeah, if you go back to the plans, I think the architect shows that on one of the details.
Yeah, I looked at it earlier, but I couldn't make it out.
I think maybe the first page, you can see the roof line. Yeah, so there's on the top left again, they're calling for a tapered fiberboard, which I guess is somewhere on the order of a quarter of an inch per foot.
Okay.
Tapering, which is commercially available. So that is a very slight pitched, basically a flat roof. It's not totally flat, so the water will run off.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, Fran?
I see noted an optional truss pitched and a possible future second story. I'd like to know, this submission would be approving the flat roof as shown?
Yeah,
Pardon?
yeah, I believe so. We don't have any plans of a second story, but the architect recommended having the structure in place so that if someone did want to put a second floor, you could do it without having a major reconstruction. Makes sense to me.
Okay, and the notation to have it as a pitched roof, an optional pitched roof, that's not what we're approving here.
No, we're not. Yeah, we don't want to, because it's the original plan. Well, the original home, it is original, is flat roof, so we don't really want to change that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Casey?
So I know you said the end wall, we're looking here on the, left side, south side. You're gonna keep those existing windows and move them out. And then the intent is just, all the woodwork, you're gonna just save what you can and replicate what needs to be added. And then just on the sides, with the front and the back elevations, have you already found, you're just trying to match an existing condition, right?
The existing house.
Yeah, I guess so. South side, you said you're going to just relocate all those windows and the paneling and essentially south elevation doesn't change. It just moves away from your house.
That's correct.
And then on the front east side, it looks like you're essentially replicating those existing details, but new, right? Because the front is different right now.
Yes, so if you go to I think the first page is the page we want to be at. Yeah, whoops. I'm sorry, not the first page. So that shows the bottom right is the front street elevation, looking at the home from Clover Street. That's the new, this plan was revised. And you can see on the right there, it says addendum. Because originally we were wanted to put lots of windows, but then two things occurred. We got the cost of the windows was prohibitive, about $35,000 for all new windows, and secondly, you can't meet energy code, New York State Energy Code. We had to, as it is, use spray in foam insulation to get the R values from the required R49 on the ceiling up to, I think it's R65 or something. And that's with just the not adding any new windows to the space. So I don't think we would be able to meet the res check energy code if we added more windows to the space. I know we wouldn't be able to meet it. We just barely, we just designed the insulation to just meet it.
Okay, now I'm even more confused. So sheet 2 of 3, what we're reviewing or not?
This is the
exterior
review that-
elevations.
this is the addendum, which is the actual way that we plan to build it. This sheet here, right, that you're looking at.
Oh,
A1.
okay. Okay, sorry. So, okay, that changes everything. I thought the other
I'm a
sheet
little
we're on.
confused now.
We're getting all kinds of confused here. Okay, so if I look at the plan on this sheet that Jeff has up, an existing set of windows, an existing French doors on the back side, they are staying, and you're literally just relocating the south wall windows.
Exactly.
So page 1 of 3, a couple pages later, or 2 of 3 is no longer.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, that helps explain some of the differences I'm seeing in the drawings. Okay, all right, thank you.
Sure.
Thanks, Casey. Chris?
I don't think I have any questions. I appreciate the clarification, though. I was getting pretty excited, like, wow, that's really nice on the others. So now we gotta take a fresh look at sheet A-1 and just look at that on its own.
You have the photographs that we sent to you. Maybe we could look at those again for a minute. Okay, so this is the backyard. And then the bottom picture there is the front. So that room is completely, even the addition, if you go a little further down, it's beyond the 7-foot addition, the greenery. So there'll be no visibility to that. And those are year-round. They're not deciduous. They're rhododendrons. So those, we like the privacy, so we don't intend to remove those in any way, shape, or form. So that the street-facing side of that room is not visible from the street.
I guess I do actually have a question. With the revised plan, did you look at any sort of detail in the expanse of what's, solid wall to balance with the existing glass and the existing doors, just to balance the facade?
Well, I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
So Jeff, if you could go back to sheet A-1. What I wondered is, did you look at any sort of detail in this area? And I'm not even suggesting anything. I'm just diagramming, right?
You mean like a not a window, you mean?
No, I mean, could be anything, right? Just, was there any, did you explore that with your architect or anything like that?
Well, I'm not sure what, why we would put something there. I don't know the question.
Yeah, so you didn't. That was the question I was
Yeah, no, we
wondering.
did not, no.
Okay.
Hey, Chris, all set?
Yeah, most of that things.
Okay. Thanks for presenting. Call Jeff's office in the morning to get our answer, and we'll deliberate at the end.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great night.
You too. Yep, bye now.
Next is 5AR-2-21, 160 Meadow Drive, Tesla Energy Operations, installation of rooftop solar.
if you're here for this one, can you raise your hand or turn your video on?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. I'm Amy. I am from Tesla and I am presenting a solar array on a house.
Okay, go right ahead.
Okay, so we were called to come to this meeting so that we could discuss, I think it's the wiring going down to the inverter from the roof, or is it the panels?
Well, everything's being presented, but they'll talk about the wiring as well.
Okay, so is a 16 panel array. It's 7.6 kilowatts. What would you like to know?
How far off the roof are these panels?
Well, they have this 12-foot setbacks on the front, on the sides, 3 foot on the front of the house, on the side facing the road.
And as far as the height off the roof, what's the distance from, what's the gap distance?
2 inches.
Okay. And then how is the wiring going to be handled?
Well, the wiring is going from one array to the other on the roof of the house at the pitch. Then it's going to come down the back of the house up towards the pitch, and then it'll run down to the garage, go to the right towards, well, whatever it is, down the side of the garage to the inverter, which will be to the right of the bay of the garage.
Okay, so the inverter is not inside the garage, it's on the outside?
Correct.
And just to clarify, all these conduits are on the exterior, so on top of the roof, on the outside of the siding, on top of the roof, and then on the outside of the siding. None of it's through the attic.
Correct.
Okay. Mary, you want to start?
No, I think Casey asked the question. I was just wondering about the exterior location of the wiring and the equipment.
Okay, what is the question?
No, I said that the question was already asked.
Okay.
So I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Fran?
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Casey?
Jeff, if you can go to page 7, I think this is an easier diagram to get to what Brian was trying to ask us. If you zoom into the standoff, can you tell us from the shingle to the top of the PC module in that section, what is that distance? So from E composite shingle up to PVC module, the top line. So Jeff, if you zoom into S1 section. And then scroll down to S1. Where's the standoff?
Okay, so you have the module, the top of the module, the bolt 5/8 by 1.5 inches, the washer, stainless steel screw out. I think it's about 2 inches from where the shingles are to the bottom of the module, and then the module.
Yep.
The module itself is 1.5 inches thick.
Okay. So potentially just 3.5 inches off the roof?
Yeah,
from
3 to,
top?
not much. Is that an issue?
It is something that we review. I think we've got some maximums in mind, but I think that's well below a typical. And then the panel itself, it appears it is a black appearance going to page 11. Correct?
Correct, they are.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see, thanks, Casey. Chris?
So many of the applications that we see, the gear is located interior versus exterior. And certainly a lot of the cabling happens within attic spaces, et cetera. So my question is, did you look at locating any of this inside? And did you look at routing any of the wiring in the attic space, for example?
I couldn't tell you if the designer looked into that. Is that something you'd like to see? Usually don't go into the attic with the wiring because the modulars are on top. And then we run the electrical through both modules. And then like we talked about, down the side of the house to the inverter.
That's actually not what we're used to seeing, and it is a point of concern for the board, certainly.
Okay. So you'd like the inverter inside?
Well, so I don't want to speak for the board, but I will say that my own opinion is that certainly running conduit over the top of the roof is something that we don't like to see. The inverter itself is usually inside next to the electrical panel, so it's a little curious why that's outside in this particular system.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. It's very common for us to put the inverter by the meter. So, and the AC disconnect is right there outside also. But I will wait for your review on that.
I think a lot of the programs that we've seen, it's not even at the end. Sometimes the inverter has been outside, right? But it's more they bring the conduits, they're all internal and maybe pop up, you know, they go down to the basement and then come back out. We've
Yeah,
seen
that's
that
true.
too, am I right?
We have seen some gear on the outside. Yeah, I think
Right.
the most objectionable thing that we've seen
Right,
is
so
when
it's
the
not,
conduits are not concealed.
yeah, so it's not out of question to
Right.
see the inverter on the outside. We have seen that always, you know, it does depend on where services are. But they always have gotten all the conduit and the runs from the panel to that inverter. They've brought it internal and then they just pop out exactly where they need to be.
Hopefully not too visible from the street.
Right. Yeah, that's the other thing is lots of times they are more on the back side, not the front
Well, this has been
side of the
designed
house.
on the back side.
Isn't that the side of the garage?
It is the side of the garage, which would be visible from the street. The rest of it would be behind both of the pitches.
You mean the peaks,
Like
Correct.
conduit.
the ridges? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it looks like there is conduit that you're going to see based on this drawing at the upper roof, going across and over the peak and coming out down the side and then coming down the rake of the roof on the side.
Right. Well, sometimes we've been asked to paint it the color of the house so that it isn't as silver conduit running down your roof. That's an option.
Okay. Did anybody have anything else they wanted to add? I did have a quick question. Do you know the age of the roof right now?
Let me just look at my. We usually don't, I'm just looking through the notes to see if I can find it, but we usually don't install on a roof over 10 years old.
Okay.
I mean, that's part of the of what we request. You know, we couldn't do under 10 years, or actually we do surveys that check it out and make sure it's okay before we install, but 10 years is the oldest we like it.
Okay,
Moss, a good indicator for shade.
Yeah.
Just,
Well, it is.
yeah, it was the moss that made me ask the question.
yeah. A lot of moss on that.
Let's see if we have something going on with removing trees.
Okay, I think we're set. We'll deliberate at the end. Call Jeff's office in the morning to get our answer.
Okay, great. Thanks for your time, guys.
All right, thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Next on our agenda is 5AR-3-21, 2041 South Clinton Ave, Thomas Santoso, addition to west side of primary commercial structure.
Yep. This is me, Tom Fantuzzo.
Tom.
Hello, everyone.
Oh.
Yes, that's what we're proposing or want you guys to review is it's pretty basic. It's an 18 by 33 foot wide addition off the back of the building. Basically blends in. Everything would be the same as what's currently on the building. Same siding, same roofing. It's pretty much just the 3 walls, and then inside there's just 2 small patient rooms running off one side with a small storage room in the back. Other than that, it's basic extra elbow room for us. The main section in the front part of the building is small, so we just need a little bit more room so we can move about. I mean, it'll blend right in with the building. You see it on the drawings and how this is set up. We just want to come straight off the back of the building.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know what kind of questions you have about, it's a pretty basic 3 walls in the pitched roof.
Do you know I'm trying to read the distance from in the plan view, the back left corner to the property line?
Which one are you talking about, on the south side or the north side of the building?
On the south side.
That's
What's
I
the
don't know
distance?
exactly what that is. I know off the house it's 20, what is that, 23 feet, 26 feet?
23 to the front corner. I was wondering what the back corner was.
Yeah, I'd have to see on the angle. I'm not sure on that one. You see the one dimension, I do know that. And I know the other corner gets a little close. We're going for a variance on that.
Okay, that was my next question.
Yeah, the offset variance is coming up along with a parking variance. We're going for a reduction in parking spaces because the guidelines mandate 16 spaces, and we're reducing it down to, I believe it's 10 or 11 spaces. We don't need it. We only see 2 patients per hour, so there's no reason to have any kind of parking like that. Even if you had a walk-in person, it's not. There's only 4 employees, 2 part-timers, 2 full-timers.
You'll have to call the Institute of Transportation Engineers. They came up with those formulas.
Yeah, I'm not. I just know that they're in place. That's all.
Yeah, so the side setback is 15 feet in this zone, right?
Yeah, the pre-existing non-conforming is at 13.5 off the building. And then when we put the addition on, it does come down to 10.5. So that's why we're going after the variance for that.
Yeah, so
the back building's even closer. It's pre-existing non-conforming.
they need a variance for the this side on here, but they don't need one on the left.
Yeah, it
No.
wasn't talked about. No, nobody questioned that. It's 15 feet. It's not that close. There's got to be at least, I bet that's 20 feet. I didn't
Yeah.
measure it, but it's not.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's more
Yeah,
than
it-
15.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, it really doesn't. If you, I don't know, we sent some pictures in to you folks with the actual painted lines on the ground of where it goes. Yeah, there you go. So it comes back, we want to do directly out from the side of the building, so it blends right in and you'll never even see it. The whole one side's all woods, and from the other side, you can see it'll blend right in. It's really not, yeah. And so it comes straight out like just what you're seeing. Obviously that dead tree will, that'll be gone.
And your drainage from that roof is gonna go to that side yard?
Yes. Yeah. And then there's a berm about 20 feet off to that one side. There's a kind of like a berm. Yeah, you can see it there in the back. Yeah. That goes all the way down. There are trees that run all the way down there from the neighbors that they put in the music school.
Okay. Mary, did you have anything else you want to add?
Could you show the side elevations, please, Jeff? I just wanted to ask about the windows on the left side elevation.
Sure. It's a
Um,
typical double hung.
no, I wanted to know, they're aligned on the top and then they're different heights, right?
Yeah, there's an older window. This one window is a little bit older, the one that's there. It's a different, it's an odd shape. It's a pre-existing windows that are in there.
Mhm.
Yeah, and so we're just gonna bring in another window on that side. And I believe there's another one on the back side along with a man door on the back. And then there's one in each one of the patient rooms on the north side. Yes, you
Okay.
see it there on the right-hand side, yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So those window dims are gonna match the rear elevation and the right side elevation?
Yeah, everything, yes, everything will be in line. It's just that one window is odd. Yeah, it's an odd window. It's there.
Okay. Fran?
The materials will match the existing
Yes,
dimension. I
yes,
think it's a vinyl siding.
it is. Yeah.
And the rear elevation, that door, will patients be using that door to come in?
No,
Okay, okay.
no. That's us so we can maneuver between the two buildings.
Okay, okay. So you're not so concerned maybe with having a canopy over it or?
No,
something
and to be
protect
honest,
against
if
weather?
you look at that in the one drawing, the man door is in the, it's in the storage room. It's in the
Okay.
back in the one drawing, it's in the storage room, so the public will not be getting to that at all.
Okay,
Yeah, there's on this, I thought there was more drawings. You guys should have an updated drawing. There is storage that goes for that office too, that goes straight across. It's 6 feet deep, goes all the way across the wall. So you can't get to it. They won't even be getting to it.
okay. And you have to lose a window on the upper floor with this addition?
No, it actually stays below that window. I want the
Okay.
roof line to stay below. That's a nice window. I don't want
The
to.
one, yeah, that one, it looks like it, but on the left side, I think that there is
No,
an upper
there
window.
isn't. The only
Okay.
window, no, shouldn't be losing any windows.
Okay.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. This window right there, you're right. I may be losing that one. Because we have to come off the peak of the roof. With
Yeah.
the new roof line for the back. Mm-hmm. This is like a break room up there. So you have, yep, there you go. So you got the big window right there. This window here, yep, it's a break room up there is all it is. And then the two offices that are up there are on the front part of the building. And so, like I said, we have this big window right there that's nice. I don't want to lose that.
Right,
Yeah, the side window I would lose. I could possibly put a smaller one in there, but I don't know that the peak of that might come in even with a smaller one.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, it's funny, just looking at that window, that actually looks like, dimensionally, it looks like the same size as the one on the left side elevation, the weird one.
Yeah, like to relocate it or,
Well,
Oh,
I
I
mean,
see what
it
you
looks,
mean, yeah.
it looks like it's the same window size, so. Okay, Casey.
Yeah, just two questions. So on the two side elevations, looking in plan, it looks like the addition will be fully in the same plane. But the elevations do show potentially a trim. Is that really going to be there, or are you just going to run the siding kind of continuous across the joint between the addition and the original?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, right here. I see what you're saying. On the one side, it's obviously there'll probably be, I'm thinking there's gonna be a trim in between.
Okay.
If we could continue it on and make it look and blend right in without the trim, absolutely, I'd take it out. I want it to look as nice and as normal as, like it's all part of it.
Right. Okay. And then my only other thing is I just want to, talk to your architect about this, just cautioning you about the pitch of the roof and using the asphalt shingles. Just in the section, I think it says 2.25 to 12.
Yeah, I
which is
saw that.
really shallow. I mean, 412 is really your ideal minimum for shingles. And, I know they are noting that they're going to do the ice and water shield on the entire roof. But, it's still, so you're protected from water, but any debris, any nearby trees, a lot of that's not going to come off of your roof if it's that shallow of a pitch and it's asphalt. So just, you review it with the architect and maybe just think about it, just from a
I'll think
maintenance
about different
standpoint.
options, because I know there is rubber roll roof that you could put down for lower pitch roofs.
Yeah.
And I know those, maybe that would be a better way to go. I mean, no one's gonna see it, and I definitely don't want problems.
Right. Yeah.
the
So
last
just
thing I
talk it out
want.
with them.
Yeah, I will. Thank you.
That's it.
Okay, Chris.
I don't have any questions. Thanks.
Okay, great. Give Jeff a call in the morning to find out our answer, and thank you very much for presenting.
Great. Thank you guys very much. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Yep. Thanks.
Next on new business agenda is 5AR-4-21, 394 Edgewood Ave, Jim Brown. Demolish shed roof garage and build new gable 2.5 car garage.
Hello, everyone. So basically, we're going to be demolishing the existing shed roof garage and building a 2.5 car garage in place of it with a gable. So we're going a little wider and just a little deeper. So approximately 6 feet further towards the driveway, and then approximately 8 feet out on the side. So I don't know if you have any questions regarding that.
Can we see the other views, Jeff?
What are the materials?
Yeah, so it's going to be truss construction, and the existing house has aluminum siding with about a 4-inch reveal. We're going to be using a white vinyl siding. They are planning to replace the siding on a house down the road, but right now they just want to get the garage taken care of first. So we're going to go with a white vinyl, same reveal, smooth, just so it blends in with the aluminum. And then, maybe in a few years, they're going to change out everything else on the house.
Jeff, could you put the SketchUp, the side view of the SketchUp on, please? Yeah, well, no, the other one. I thought there was another view, another rendered. Yeah, no, there it is. That's for my friends with the roof issues.
Yes, that's the back of the house. Now, they are planning to add on to the kitchen in another year or two. You know, we had something drawn up for that. They kind of downscaled everything, and their main priority right now is the garage. And so that's kind of temporary until they're ready to make their final plans for the kitchen addition.
Okay. Mary, want to start?
No, I just wanted the others to see this view because I thought it was the one that might be most problematic.
Yeah, I agree. And maybe can you expand on what the thought was for the future edition and how that ties into kind of what's happening there?
Yeah, so when they add on, so you see the little flat roof section, there's a little bump out there behind. So where you see the triple slider, that's where the existing kitchen is now. To the right, that's basically a laundry room and a powder room. So the goal is to add on incorporating where that laundry is and where the kitchen is. So the wall will be the same distance where the triple slider is. And that'll be a gable that'll reach to the height of the garage peak. And then we're gonna do a porch that'll extend past the garage. So you see the garage back wall, you know, that's about 8 feet out. Well, the porch is gonna extend beyond that. Now this is on the back of the house. So everything's gonna blend in real nice when we're done. Anyway, so again, it's, you know, ideally I'd like to do it all at once, and I've talked to them about that, but they kind of put the kibosh on the phase 2. And the main priority is the garage. And then that little peak on top will have to be pulled off, of course, when we do the kitchen addition down the road.
Okay, so those two, the 3 sliders there and the laundry room next to it, those are existing?
Yes.
Okay. And then the peak on top of that, where the kitchen is, that's part of the new addition
That's
that you'll
correct.
eventually take off. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Mary, did you have anything to comment on?
No, that was all. Thank you.
Okay. Fran?
In keeping with this view here, I'm still trying to understand the roof and the existing house behind, the 2-story. I don't know if this is just a shadow, but is that a downspout that comes from the upper roof? Or is that, it's hard
That's
to
just
tell.
that's a little bump out. No, there's
Little
no
bump out.
downspout. Yeah, there's no downspout. To the right of that is where the gutter extends and shoots over. So there's no downspout landing on the existing house there.
Okay, and then this, and I know you just kind of went over that. I'm just trying to figure the water then from where we've got the 3 3-paned window, and
yeah,
that then drains on currently existing, that just drains onto the flat portion that's behind the kitchen.
That's right. Yeah, that's
Okay.
existing. I think
That's
there's
existing condition.
there's a photograph. I forget.
Okay.
What, yeah, well, there might be another one. Thought I had something. Yeah, right there.
Okay,
Kind of
I see.
trees in the way, but you can kind of see what's going on there.
Okay, there's a gutter there on that edge. Okay. And right, if you can take that view right there, where we're looking at, I know it's the existing garage.
Yes.
The new, it looks like the new, that wall will come in the same plane and stop at that enclosed porch. So that enclosed porch, the side of it would be a finished siding of the new garage.
Yes, yeah, that porch roof is going to be removed. And then, so we do have kind of a shed roof going along the side of the house.
Right.
And that porch will now be incorporated into the new garage roof.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Casey,
My only question that no one else has asked yet, is if we were to talk about it later and want it, is there an opportunity to add at least one window on the Edgewood side of that garage addition? I know there isn't one currently, but now that it is a much larger addition, that's a lot of white wall. And I know you have them on the back side. Is there anything against adding a window?
No, I could talk to them about that.
Okay. That's just my opinion. Okay. And then on that, I mean, it's a nice improvement, especially you got some weird intersections with that existing porch roof. So that's an improvement for that. And yeah, I think just making sure water management's working on the back side where your addition kind of coming over your existing, sliding door area. Just make sure that works out well. It's not causing any issues for them.
Sure. Yep.
just curious, what's the space over the garage being used for?
Oh, it's just empty space, nothing in particular. That's all going to be truss construction. So no attic trusses or anything like that.
Okay. And then I noticed on the existing house, it's a stone base all the way around. I think it's cement on one side from the pictures.
Yeah. When you look at the garage side and some of the kitchen is block, so you can see there is a step down, quite a step down from the garage floor to up to with the existing house level. So
is the intent to make the base cement, or is it going to be stone?
it's going to be block, but the garage is going to be lower. I mean, kind of similar to what's going on here. We have the siding drop down several feet from where the kitchen height is. So any block that'll be shown is be, pretty minimal, 18 inches plus or minus.
Okay.
Now, Brian,
Casey,
you
all
asked
set?
you asked a good question about the construction of the attic space. So I guess two questions from that. What is that window looking into if those are truss construction? I mean, we're just looking into wood
We'll probably
trusses?
put some film. Yeah, we'll make sure nothing's, obviously showing through it. Either we can do an obscure glass, because it is not going to be an open ceiling. We're not planning to do that. So we'll do some type of obscure glass for that.
Okay, and I guess my next question is, what is driving the height of this? Because I honestly assumed it was because of what was happening inside and that height was needed. But if that's actually just going to be a internal flat ceiling, we've got some weird roof conditions on the backside that could potentially be eliminated if this mass goes down.
Well, that's a challenge because right now where the concrete floor is, it's about 4 feet up to the height of the house floor. So then when you step out into the garage, you need another 7 feet at least or more. So now you're at like 11.5 feet total height, from floor to ceiling.
Just to get in from the house up and down.
Right. Yeah, and that's one of the challenges we were kind of dealing with that. So it is a little unusual with that.
They need oversized doors. I mean, they could get boats in here,
Sure.
A big truck, SUV, little RV in there. Okay, but at least that helps explain it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thanks, Casey. Chris.
Yeah, I was going to really go on or take a hard look at what's going on with this elevation that's on the screen right now. It looks like what's setting the eave height is just that porch roof. I mean, I appreciate the explanation there, the truss framing and stepping in from the outside. I think one of the things that's not working in your favor is that eyebrow that's coming across, right? Which is a form, that's not anywhere else on this house. And that's really drawing your eye to the fact that this thing has got like a weird proportion on that facade. I mean, did you look at not doing that and how that would look?
Well, just I thought it was leaving such a wide field, because, we are dealing with this height issue. And I felt like something had to be added there, and that's
So that was
kind
trying
of,
to mitigate that high forehead.
yeah,
And,
trying to break
you know,
that big field up a bit,
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, in some ways, this house has kind of like that barn-like, farmhouse feel. And, without that there, I don't know, it's just a question for you. And, the other comment with Casey about the overhead, oversizing the vertical doors. I mean, did you think about that as an option?
No, we can definitely consider that. That could help take up some of that field, go a little higher with the overhead doors.
Yeah, if it were my house,
I
I'd love it,
just
because
wouldn't
then I
wanna go-
wouldn't have to take anything off the roof before I pull my car into the garage when I got my kayaks or whatever else is up there, ski rack.
True. But, I just,
So-
at the same time, I don't want to go too high, because then it starts looking like a commercial type door,
Yes.
so.
True.
Yep.
Right. Yeah. Point taken on that. But anyway.
And we'll build up the header casing a little more too. It kind of shows, like a 1x4 going around, but I'm probably going to do like a 1x8 with a built up crown. Again, just trying to take up a little bit more of that open space.
Do some nice transom windows above there.
I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. It seems very awkward. And I was going to ask about dropping that eave, but I think that messes up your access to the garage based on what you described with the height of it. So, all right, fair enough.
Okay.
Are you thinking about any fixtures, lighting fixtures for above those doors? Because that might be another thing you could add.
Sure.
It just helps break up the white space a little.
Yep. That makes sense.
Okay. Thanks for presenting, and call Jeff's office in the morning to get our answer.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Take care.
Have a good night.
You too.
Okay, next on the agenda is 5AR-5-21, 909 South Winton Road, Manasseh Ledrigan, exterior modifications to commercial building, siding, and window modification.
Good evening. Is everything working? Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Fantastic. I wanted to start by. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Is this for Dr. Ledrigan?
It is.
Ah, she's my dermatologist.
Oh.
I saw the name and I recognized it instantly. So
it is. So the project overall is for comprehensive dermatology. I want to start anyways by thanking the board for hearing our application this evening. I'm Paul Galat. I'm project architect with the DDS companies. I'm appearing on behalf of the owner this evening to kind of walk through the project, to give you some a little bit of background and information. I believe on the line we also have Nick Charvella. He is from UDN. He is the contractor for the project. In the event that there's any questions that he might be able to help us with, he should be available as well. The project as a whole is substantial interior renovation. This is becoming a dermatology office, as we talked about. And part of those interior renovations, there are some updates that are going to occur on the outside of the building that are going to affect the aesthetics. So I'm just going to walk through a couple of those. First being what is arguably the most obvious change is that we're proposing the removal of the existing aluminum siding, which is kind of a clay color, and we're proposing to go to a 5-inch exposure vinyl lap siding. Certainteed product, we included that as part of the materials submission, which is on another PDF. But as you can see from the elevation that's posted on the screen now, the primary front elevation that's facing South Winton there is primarily existing brick that we are going to clean and maintain. So that will remain. The new color was selected primarily because it works well with that existing brick color, and also because the blue ties in well with some of the corporate branding that Comprehensive Dermatology is using. Trim color stays white. Existing, where it is in good shape, will remain. It is aluminum wrapped. And we are proposing that the gutters and downspouts will remain white as well. The most significant past that is going to be replacement of the existing windows. The existing windows, I believe, have a fairly high probability of being original. They're wood windows. They're not very energy efficient. So the plan is to replace all of the windows on the property, with the exception of lower level windows, which are primarily glass block. But first floor windows, again, on that west front elevation there, are taller storefront window wall application. We're going to keep the same fenestration pattern so that they will maintain the look that the building has now. As you work your way around the building, the windows that you're seeing on the remainder of the elevations are all windows that are going into exam and treatment rooms. The majority of those are existing openings that we are enlarging by making them taller. There's a concern and a priority with the owner about bringing as much natural light into these rooms as possible. And given that the overhangs existing are fairly significant on the building, she wanted to open those windows up a little bit more because they're exam and treatment rooms. They are going to be diffused glazing. So you won't be able to see into those or out directly, but the intent is to bring in as much light as possible. There are a couple instances where, because of the way the floor plan moved out around, trying to maximize the space within the footprint, because we're not proposing any additions to the building, we did move a couple openings and we modified a few. There are 2 instances where existing windows are coming out where we're not replacing them, just because we don't need a window where we lost one. And there is a single instance of a lower level basement window, which is currently the only window in the basement, which is not glass block, is a standard wood frame window, which is partially buried by grade. So we're going to propose to just pull that out and fill the opening, which is on the, where is this guy? It'll be on the side elevation on the bottom of the sheet there. Excuse me. You will notice on the front elevation, on the far right-hand side, we're proposing to paint out an existing door, which was what appears to be an addition that's covering a lower level access stair. So we're going to let that addition remain. We're just going to paint the door out to try to draw focus away from it. There's no direct access to that door. There won't be a walkway to it or anything like that, but they're going to maintain the possibility of using it to get whatever they may need to into or out of the basement. Past that, we're going to replace the roof. Part of the roof replacement, you might notice if you looked at the demo drawing versus the new drawing, is the removal of a disused brick chimney. The new mechanicals aren't going to require use of that as a chase or anything like that. We could use the room in the floor plan, and it's not significantly seen from the exterior. So that does get removed as part of the re-roofing process. And past that, the last real significant piece of work that we're doing outside is removal of an existing accessibility ramp to the main entrance. So the first top elevation that you're seeing there is the main entrance for the building. That's where all the patients and visitors will be coming in and out of the building. The rear elevation directly below that also has a half-light door, insulated metal, that we're going to paint. That's for staff use only, so we won't be having patients coming in and out of there. But in the front, we're going to remove an existing ramp wood framed that exists. It was a valiant effort to provide accessibility, but it doesn't meet code. So we're going to pull that out, and the intent is to replace the front door, which is a pair of doors that are too small for accessibility code, and then replace that existing ramp with a cast in place concrete and accent that with aluminum rails in a dark bronze color, which we also highlighted on the last page. Product is in flux, but the idea is that it would be aluminum in a dark bronze color. And then you'll see bollards around the building. The idea is that those would remain. Their existing asphalt comes up to the side of the building for the majority. So keeping that protection in place we thought was important. We're just going to paint those out in safety yellow to make them stand out a little bit. And that said, that kind of is a walk around of the exterior changes that we're proposing. And if the board has any questions, we'd love to address them.
Okay, great. Thanks. A couple of questions. The bollards that are there now, are they still in good shape?
They're all serviceable.
Okay.
The only reason they're not being pulled out is because they're completely asphalted in all the way around the building, and removal of that many bollards around the building that are serviceable. I mean, they don't, they certainly, some of them could be nicer, but to saw cut the asphalt all the way around the building to remove those and replace those is probably not cost effective.
Right. Same for the, it looks like the backside has smaller ones. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yep.
Okay.
Is there's
I
part,
also,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
oh no, go ahead. I had another question, but go ahead.
Just going to mention that across the back side of that building there is where there are parking spots that back up directly against the building there, with the exception of clear area in front of that back door. There won't be a vehicle parked there for obvious reasons.
Okay. And then there are lighting fixtures on the building right now. Are those remaining, or are you putting new ones in?
The plan is to look at the serviceability of those fixtures. We're not proposing any decorative fixtures for the building. As we dig in, if those existing fixtures are serviceable, we would probably keep those in place. If not, they'd be replaced with something as low key as possible. We're not providing any decorative lighting fixtures.
Okay. Mary, do you have any comments?
No other questions besides the ones that you've already asked.
Okay. Fran?
I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay, Casey?
You're muted, Casey.
Okay, there we go. I said, no real questions. Not sure if anyone would have an issue with that rear facade. You know, one side not having a window, facing parking, it's probably not a big deal. But other than that, I think it's a nice project, and I appreciate you recreating the front windows and taking the time to do custom windows and not just demoing those and ruining the front. So nice job.
Thank you.
Chris?
Just curious if the, excuse me, if the height of the ramp mandated the guardrail on that, or what's forcing that? You know what the total difference is in height between the ramp surface and the adjacent ground at its highest point?
I would have to double check that, but I know we're going to need at least a curb. If we didn't provide the rail, we'd need to curb the ramp. And at that rate, I think,
sure.
And provide the handrail anyways. So getting rid of the guardrail, we'd still have to provide the handrail and curb it. And I think it provides us a better, more aesthetically pleasing option than trying to get rid of the rail.
Well, plus it's the only entrance for everybody, right? There are no stairs. So everyone has to use the ramp, and if someone has an issue and wants to hold on, I mean, obviously you could have an open rail on a ramp if you had a curb on it, but I can see where this would be a useful solution.
And the color of that, remind me what that is?
It's a dark bronze aluminum.
Does that match anything else on the building?
Probably close to the brick.
Yeah, I think the idea was that it would be complementary with the new roof that we were putting on. So we were kind of going back and forth between a clear aluminum to match the storefront framing. But just like the idea of the accent and when we modeled it out, everybody agreed it was a good look.
Okay, I don't have any other questions.
Okay, great. Thanks for presenting. Call Jeff's office in the morning and get our answer.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great night.
You too.
Next on the agenda is 5AR-6-21. This is 35 Chalet Circle, Greenspark Solar. Installation of rooftop solar.
Perfect. Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Cody Primer. I'm a representative with Greenspark Solar. I'm the residential PV designer, and we are proposing a rooftop solar installation of 28 modules on roof of 35 Chalet Circle on behalf of the homeowner, Dan Williams. As you can see here, we have a few drone models to show what the array would look like. Obviously, we see that there's 4 separate arrays. All the locations here were designed specifically to yield the most efficient energy production and follow applicable codes as well.
And where's the electrical going through? Is it going through the roof?
Where it's accessible, yes. Yeah, there's a few arrays. I believe array 3, that's our upper east roof there. It is a vaulted ceiling underneath, so we won't be able to penetrate there. Otherwise, conduit, where applicable, is going to be run in the attic.
Okay. And all of that goes to an inverter on the outside of the garage?
No, sorry, that inverter will be interior, adjacent to the main service panel inside the garage. We will only have, our only piece of equipment outside will be our non-fused AC disconnect, which is required per NEC's rapid shutdown.
Okay. And I'd asked this question before with another previous solar project. How tall are the panels off the roof from the top to the top of the roof, top of the panel, top of the roof?
So that should be about 4 inches.
Okay. Mary, did you have any questions?
No further questions. Thank you.
Okay. Fran?
I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay, Casey?
All good. Hit all the points. Thank you.
And Chris?
So is it just the vertical that's going to be exposed on the outside, or is this run across the roof also going to be exposed on the top of the roof?
So that will be exposed. We'd like to run it on the opposite side of the ridge, so it won't be as visible from the street. And that can be, again, painted post-installation to ensure that it's, again, not that noticeable from the street.
So where When you say other side of the ridge, do you mean you're gonna go up and over like that?
Correct, yes. Instead of coming right down and having an 90-degree conduit there, it would just be right over that
Like
ridge
that.
right there. Yeah.
So coming over the top of this ridge helps you how?
Sorry, what? Could you do that one more
Yeah,
time?
maybe
I'm-
could you zoom in on this area right here for me? All right. So you said this is array 3. There's a vaulted ceiling underneath.
Correct.
And I'm seeing this piece of let me switch to highlighter. Let me see. I have this piece of conduit right here. And is that exposed?
That'll be surface mounted, yeah. So that's not a piece of conduit, that's just to show the stringing of those modules. So the conduit could actually be run in a different manner there. And the strings could be connected, say in the garage at the inverter. That's not necessarily where the conduit will be run.
All right, so what is going to be exposed? Just
So just
a
conduit
vertical right
from
here?
up, yeah, and up and over that ridge, the ridge of array 3.
The ridge is here. Is something coming
yeah.
over the top of the ridge?
Yes, that's the plan, is to have the conduit go up and over the ridge so it's not as visible from the street. So we're all on the west side there, where the street is on the east side.
So you want to come this way and then where?
That would be going down that ridge, and then it would run across either, it could pop into the attic access above the garage, or if that's too noticeable or not noticeable, then there could be other options for its route.
Is this panel really going to be this close to the eave of this roof, the rake of this roof?
Yes,
Here.
I believe it probably looks closer than it actually is. And those panels are done that way to abide by fire setbacks.
So is
Look
there
at
going to be
the
a fire
map.
setback on this edge?
No, the fire setback will be on the next page, if we want to take a look at those. So these are our fire
Got it.
setbacks. We have 18 inches from either side of that valley there, and our 18-inch setback from the ridge.
All right, so if the conduit were to run just down the wall here,
Mhm.
would it be able to go inside the roof and not come across here? So all you'd have is a vertical from the
Yes.
array
Yep.
3 down and through the roof? Okay, so that's a possibility.
Yes.
Okay.
So you could
And
technically take that, you could technically take that down either the middle of the ridge or the bottom, correct?
Well, I'm saying just come right over the rake and down the wall
Yeah, yep. So if,
rather than
But-
hopping over the ridge at all.
well, but do you take it down right in the middle of that, or do you take it down in the middle or on the end? You know what I mean? Like if you look at page 3. See how it comes down on the bottom picture? Does he take it? Does he
Zoom
take it
in right
down?
here for me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You take it down
So,
in the middle of that wall?
Does it matter?
Yeah.
I mean, if it's just that, I think that's better than coming off the top. So where we made the mistake was over on Avalon and not too far from my house, but that has nothing to do with this. This was our learning experience where it came off the top and up and over the ridge and was exposed. that kind of made us think twice about having anything running exposed over the top of the roof.
Yeah, we can certainly
So-
run it right down and avoid running up and over the ridge.
So that's a possibility. And I think, at this point, I'm not speaking for the board. I'm just kind of voicing my own opinion.
Absolutely.
Okay. That answers my question. Thank you.
All right, great. So we'll deliberate at the end and you can call Jeff's office in the morning to get our answer.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Have a great night.
You too.
Next on our agenda is 5AR-7-21. This is 95 Chadwick Drive, Alfredo Preziosi. Addition to main entrance, dining room, garage, and second story bedroom.
Hello, sorry for my video. Is usually freezing all the time. And sorry for my English. It's my first project in New York too. I represent Isidro Vasquez, is the owner for this nice property, but he really liked this property, but having some problems with the rooms, the bedrooms and the dining rooms. Jeff, could you go to the third page, please? Okay, this one, yes. This having problem with the, and this is for the proposal. Could you go to the existing, the next, this one? They have some problems in the house, and he have a really nice backyard, and he take care of the house and improve every details inside for a new house. And we talk about how problem he have with the existing spaces. And in the first floor, the first problem is in the foyer. He have a really close area for remove the shoes and the closet. Actually, the closet take a lot of the space from the dining room. And my proposal for this solution is build a structure in the outside for have a more space and have a enough closet for the jackets and the shoes. The second problem he have is the dining room side. The dining room side is a really close. He want, well, his wife want a better dining table, and he want more space in this area. And the idea for those both proposal is aligned with the garage. As you can see, the garage is pretty outside to the front, and the idea is just align the first floor for the dining room and align the main entrance for both floor. After I going to show the a 3D for explain better. No, I just want to show what is the problem they have now. In the rear facade in the garage, we want to align the garage with the house because he need a mudroom. Now he just have a bench in the garage where he have a boat and some shoes, and have other jackets in the closet in the breakfast area. And he want to have a better mudroom with better condition for the weather, no? And have a little space for the snow blower and some machines in the the corner, in the right corner. And the third addition is over the garage, because you can show me the next, this one. Okay, this is existing second floor. In the left, we have the main bedroom, and in the right, they have a 2-bedroom for his boys. Sorry, they don't have enough space for a little desk, and one of those boys play piano, taking classes, a piano classes in the house, and don't have enough space for the self study and the desk and the dresser, and he asked me about the build a nicer main bedroom over the garage, and take the little in the corner, in the right, the little room, move to the main room and have a little studio before the beautiful or bigger main room. Could you go to the proposal floor plans, please? This one. Okay. Back to the third floor. I showing in the a better foyer, a better main entrance with a closet and nicer area for, you know, welcome and say goodbye. You know, everybody share a little bit before say goodbye or say welcome, no? And we showing a nicer dining room, more space, maybe she want to have a more share for the dining room table. In the back, showing here the mood room with a closet. The idea is have here in this space for have a nice space for you know, all the put a more layer for the season or everything, and have a little storage in the corner. Jeff, can you show me the second floor? And this is we've removed the little bedroom and have a studio for the owner, and in the main entrance we built a little desk area for this bedroom. The little boy going to have the existing main bedroom, and the new main bedroom is going to be the nicer. I propose a cathedral ceiling and an extra bathroom, because the existing bathroom is a little, is not enough bathroom for 4 people and two boys in the middle now. And in this bedroom is important for the owner and his wife, have a little space for chair. They share a couple time together every night and talk. And I proposal this little space in the corner, in the bar, in the rear corner, and a nice bathroom, walk-in closet, and could you go to the next, to the, okay, this is a main front facade. The idea is have a nicer entrance, main entrance, and you can see the dining room is like a prolongation of the garage, the existing garage. The idea is using the match materials in the wall, in the siding, and in the roof. Could you show the next page, please? Okay, this is the side elevation. The right side is where I show the bedroom over the garage, and I trying to using the same window in all the proposal, but in this case, for the side, the left side and the rear side, I propose a little box out of the wall, maybe about I don't remember now, but it's like 8 inches. It's just for make something with the facade. Can you show me the next, please? Okay, where I design the rear facade, I seem so flat and is not really good. I don't really like this facade, and I showing this idea for the owner, and they really like this proposal for this situation. Can you show me the last 3? Okay, this one. Can I show you the 2 in the bottom? I want to make a little box outside with a big windows. The bottom side is a fixed glass, and in the bottom and in the top is a regular window. The idea is open. The little window is for the bathroom, and this is the idea. The same siding, the same materials, and having a really better house. Could you show me the previous? Okay. Here we can see the bedroom in the corner. We can see the bedroom, and the dining room is very small, and this is the principal decision for make this these changes in this house. That's it.
Okay, thank you for presenting that. I had got a few questions right off the bat. The windows on the front of the house, if I'm looking at the page 18, the windows on the front of the house do not necessarily match the side. What was the thought behind that?
Yes, the window in the side is going to match with the window in the box. the box in the rear. But the idea in the front facade is using the same window and just changing the main entrance window and the side and the rear windows.
Okay. The siding, what was the siding material going to be? Are you keeping it the same as what's shown, or are you doing something entirely new?
No, it's the same thing. The same color and the same material. Look like a bricks, but I this is the reason I try to put pictures and the render.
Okay, and the exception to that would be the red box area that you show on the back.
Sorry, could you repeat, please?
The only exception is the red box area you're showing on the back.
Yes. Could you show the section, please? I have some materials there. No, the section. Other one here. Okay, I have the material here, and in the box. I can see. I don't know if you see. Sorry for this, but the idea is use for the box. It's a wood siding. Okay, amazing. Yes, a little bit upper, please. You can see in the description in the box, say outside all weather wood siding over vapor barrier and this.
Okay.
And the color is it's not like red like in the render. I just look and see the contrast. It's more like this picture. It's more soft and smoothie. It's not like intense color. Looking the same palette for the the beige, the really light beige and something brown, but light brown.
Okay. Let's see, Mary, let's start with you.
I don't have any questions.
Okay, Fran?
I think you answered a couple of my questions with your introduction to the project. So thank you. It was very thorough. So I don't have any at this time.
Okay, Casey?
Maybe just explain above the main entrance. It looks like there's a different siding material there. Yep, at the top. Do you know what that is?
Yes, I'm trying to show the owner as a typical where have this kind of entrance. I see in other projects in the same neighborhood, changing a little bit in the top. I'm using shingles, little wood shingles, but the idea is using the same color and just change the texture.
Okay. Okay. Nope. I mean, the project's clear, so I don't have any questions at this point.
Okay, Chris?
Can you go to sheet A11? Yeah, you're on it. Okay. The new windows above the garage are not spaced evenly with, in any sort of rhythm with the existing. What's forcing that?
Sorry, could you repeat?
So, like the space between here is not the same. This one's wider, right? And it just looks like ordinarily you'd want to see these in a regular rhythm. So
Yes, yes, you have reason. I take these spaces, I make a mirror between the left window with the window over the door. I use the same space, trying to make a balance.
So why is it this window centered between these two?
Yes, no, you have reason. Maybe because it's not showing like my idea. I explain again, and I use the same distance between the left window with the new window over the door.
But there's no relationship here. I mean, this is a completely different window. So
Yes,
I don't
no.
think that's successful.
Yes, no, for now, it's a really different window. But I using this measurement, but I think you have reason for using the same distance. It's no problem with this design. We can move because we have a lot of space inside and have sense.
So let's talk about this box that pooches out on the second floor. If you could go to actually sheet A12, I'm curious about the decision to use this window here. As you explained, it's matching here, but this is really of the language of everything outside the box. So to me, it seems like a curious choice. Why would this want to match what's here? These don't appear anywhere else on the house other than in this pooched out section that you've created.
Now, yes, my idea was to have the same window with the other side.
So this matching this?
Yes, I'm trying to do this.
Okay. And in this section, this area right here, when we look at the section, I don't remember what sheet that was on. Here, yeah. Can you zoom in right here for me, Jeff? All right, so have you considered that this is a really excellent place for birds to perch and nest?
Yes, but no, I'm not showing here, but we have the canal, the wire for the roof. Let me check. The gutter.
Okay, and what is this right here? What are you doing at the top surface there?
I think use the copper finish, the flashing.
Over the whole top edge there as it wraps
Yes.
around?
Yes, just in the box.
All right, I don't have any other questions.
Okay, one additional question for the garage doors. Are they solid or were there going to be any windows in them?
Sorry, will you repeat?
Are you going to have any windows in the garage doors or are they going to be solid as you're showing them?
Yes, no, it's the same door. We don't going to change nothing in the garage door.
Okay.
Yes, yeah, it's the same door.
Okay. Well, thank you for presenting. We're going to deliberate on this and then tomorrow you can call Jeff's office in the morning and get our answer.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Grazie, architetto.
Grazie.
So I think we are on to signs now. The first one, 1609, 1835 Monroe Ave, skylight signs, says the orthodontist. I'm fine with this. Mary?
Fine.
Okay, Fran?
I'm good.
Casey?
I'm good with that.
And Chris?
And it's just, this is just Mattiaccio we're approving, right?
Yep.
Yeah, no objection.
Okay. So that one's approved.
Noted.
See, next one, 1611, 2900 Monroe Ave, skylight signs. This is Vitalize.
Are we able to do the other ones together with it?
What?
This for 1835.
The bright, yeah, the common site plan.
Yeah, we can. Sure. This is 1613.
This,
So explain how this works. So what, like this one ends up being more of a sign plan? Like, how,
Yeah,
I guess I've never been a part of a development where you had on a pre-approved kind of, I don't know, sign plan.
Yeah, so this is like they'll approve the sign plan, and then when any of the tenants want to change their sign, then it's kind of an administrative review to make sure it matches what they presented in like font and style and size and that kind of thing.
Except for Subway and McDonald's that get to do the sign exactly the way they want to.
But they would have to come. They would have to come into back to review. So if anything's out of what the sign plan says, then it has to come in for review by the board.
There's no drive-through here, Mary. Nobody's going to touch. You know.
Just drive by.
Okay. So can you explain the typical tenant signage drawing 3 in the bottom middle? So one thing I notice here, you know, when it's a single line, I would suggest that there be a maximum width, and or maybe that's what they're saying, 14-foot maximum width. I mean, that starts to crowd the those awful columns and just really make that even worse. You know, I think that maybe another foot on either side, just to, you know, set the maximum width at 12 feet instead. You know, if that were,
Are you suggesting that they reduce the size of the font to do that?
no, I'm saying that if the sign was for a business that had like 10 letters, so it wouldn't be tenant signage, it would be Scapioni, right? I didn't say it right. Scipioni Boutique.
Scipioni.
Scipioni. So if it were Scipioni's, you know, that letters.
Scipioni, like prosciutto.
Oh, right. Exactly like prosciutto. And I'm not even going to try. I'm not even going to
Get
try.
that wide. You're saying it just wouldn't get that wide. You'd have to default to doing a 2-line.
Right. That they maintain more white space.
Yeah, so in
the column
this,
and the sign.
in this version, you could say horizontally tenant signage without the E on the end would be as wide as it would go. So you're taking off one letter, basically. You're just giving it more space.
But just
Or
saying
2.
12-foot max.
That's something that you
So-
guys can condition it as. I think that's fine.
Yeah, so this would be 1 foot, 1 foot.
And then what
12
about
foot max.
vertical alignment? I find it odd that
Yeah, I agree.
like the multi-line is just like 6 inches lower. Like, don't you want tenant to all be on the same line, or, you know, there'd be some kind of,
Oh, I thought what you were saying is that if you take the center line here of like the bounding box, that would align with the center line here for a single line. So instead of single line and single line, double line, it would be single line, double line, kind of straddling it so that visually.
I think you can go for either strategy.
So you're saying
You want the
center.
top line to align with each other, or you want the center of the single line to be aligned with the center of
Right.
the multi-line. So it's one
It's
or the
just
other, but this is
centering it.
off.
It's just centering it. If they're centered, that's what happens. So if we tell them to center it, they'll all be centered on one another, whether it's a single line or a double line.
So you've got that option. You've got
Or you do close line down, which is what they're
this
showing.
option where what they're showing is.
Well, they're just
um,
not aligned.
Well, they're aligning the top line, it looks
No, they're
like.
not. If you take control of your own. Well, maybe they are. Their bounding box is different. That's what's throwing it off.
Yeah, I think,
Yeah,
that-
that's it.
I don't think they were
Okay.
careful with the drawing.
Yeah, so I would, my preference would be this. Second, this, not this, but that's me. I'm interested in if anybody else has strong feelings on that.
I think they should center it in the space.
I think they should center in the space as well.
Yeah.
So we're
I
looking
prefer
at
that.
this,
Yes.
Yeah.
okay. What are other people's, I mean, I find myself kind of dominating this conversation. I apologize, but
It's because you
the
talk too
white space
much,
comp,
as we
I
discussed.
do talk too much, and I can't pronounce things correctly either. No, but the white space, am I the only one that feels that way about that, or does anybody else see the crowding of toothpicks to be an issue?
I think it's crowded, Chris. I agree with you. I feel it doesn't let it breathe. It's too tight. It needs a little bit of clearance on either end. I think
I would agree with that.
Itself, yeah, the font itself kind of bothers me. I don't think it's extremely legible. So part of it's the spacing, but part of it's also just how thin, yeah, how thin some of the strokes are. And I don't know, I feel like there's a better font that's more, that
Yeah,
still coordinates with the Brighton Commons, or, you know, coordinates or contrasts Brighton Commons, coordinates with Stachio, you know, whatever the orthodontic one is.
They're gonna hate themselves the first time that somebody has to actually make the G. And when they see the
Yeah.
price of making that G, you
well,
know,
here's the thing. Fran mentioned that, you know, with the sans serif, you should have a serif as the second font. And while that's true for graphic design and books and things like that, I think in this case, I would take an issue because the purpose of serif font is to make it easier to read a text, not a sign. And it makes a sign much more complicated to create. So, you know, I think in this case, a sans serif might work, but they need to come in with a font. They can't just say a font like that. It's because fonts they're a lot different from one another. And this is
Century.
This kind of situation is always problematic when there's a sign plan for the whole plaza, because then every case is a difficult case. It's an exception. It's got some reason. They have to use a certain red. They have to do this. They have to do that. And it's just not conducive to tenants coming into a place and all wanting their store to have the same font. you know, I understand the rationale and the architectural reason for it, but from a user point of view, they want to have their logo, they want to have their identity, and this kind of flattens that. So I'm not saying that I don't think they should do it. I'm just pointing out that is, I've seen it over years and years of working on different boards and stuff, that people come in and they always have an exception. And the space around it is another one. They'll come in and their name can't be put on 2 lines for some reason. And they don't want the font to be smaller. So I know this isn't going anywhere except my general disaffection for this whole approach.
Well, it's interesting to say that, because that's actually gonna be my next question. Nowhere in here does it note the size of the lettering. My assumption is, which is similar to what's there now, is that every A is the exact same A and the exact same size. And that if your word, your name doesn't fit within the 1 line, now you have to default within 2 lines, but you may not shrink the font size or grow the font size to maximize your square footage allowance. I think that would start looking very goofy if you're all using the same font, but now you're using different sizes of that font.
Right.
And that's not noted anywhere here.
Well, I think when it refers to the maximum square footage, that implies that however it'll fit in, rather than giving the size of the font. The way I interpreted was that would vary depending on how many letters they have in their name.
Which
Size
I
of
think,
the letters?
How
I
high
think
the
that's
letters are, yeah.
objectionable to have different sizes of font. If you have a standard for the plaza, it should all be the same,
Yeah. Well, I think we could do.
same size.
What we could do is have a minimum surround on the sides. And then whenever somebody has a particular sign, they'll come in and get it approved separately, and we'll have to look at it case by case. This has to be dealt with case by case, but it's fine to have a default, which is what we have here, and then we can stipulate the space on the sides of it.
They're trying to avoid coming back case by case by having a sign plan.
I know that, and,
Yeah.
and so a tenant if a tenant is fine with this, then they don't have to come. But I don't know any way around it, because I think it's ludicrous to think that everyone's gonna want to underwrite the same graphics on their stores. And, I just think that was something that happened in a certain period, and it just doesn't fly anymore. But, I'm just agnostic when it comes to this whole approach, that's all. But I'll go along with whatever you guys want to do.
What they have now. And other than Sopra Grill,
Yeah.
it's worked.
No, I know.
Right.
I like what they have now. All the same font, all the Brighton Commons font. That makes sense to me.
Right.
Right.
But
And
now
if
you have
this,
two
if they
and
come
then
up with a successful plan, then they won't have to deviate.
Yeah.
So part of this, I think, does anybody else feel that this font is just kind of foolhardy to make your standard, right? In terms of legibility, in terms of the cost.
Yeah.
I think we should comment on the type of font that we think they should be using, and then mandate that, say what font it is. Set a height, right? Tell them they can't play with the bold or the kerning or the tracking of it, right? That all of that has to be consistent every single time. And they've got the choice of a single line if it fits, 2 lines if it doesn't. Anything outside of that, they have to come and talk to us.
I have a suggestion. Looking at the docket that we have tonight, and we could spend the whole evening talking about this. Is there some way we can have a regular review of this with them in the room with us, instead of doing this on our own here? Because we can come in with some requirements about what they need to tell us and have a real conversation of, because this is not a simple issue.
Right. I agree.
So why don't we?
I think
I think we could define it without doing that, but if others feel strongly that you want to try to have a separate meeting.
I just think there's a lot to handle starting at 7:30. We've got a lot to deliberate still.
I know.
And this
I
is
get
a
that too.
massive-
And I'm just trying to be practical here. It's just,
Yeah, it's because Mary talks too much.
Well,
No,
I think
I mean,
also,
I
I
would
mean,
like
have
to-
any of us done a sign plan before? Who
Well,
was
I-
around for Tops Plaza?
It's been a while.
yeah, Tops Plaza was the last one. I remember that, how much time we spent on that. I would like to be able to see this information and of course, yeah, I looked at it today, but now that we've had this conversation, I want to know more detail about the lettering and you know, they specifically said they didn't have a font. It was just a font like Matiachos.
So why not table it and just say you have to tell us the font, you have to mandate the size, the tracking, the kerning, you
They have
know,
a-
provide some white space and align it center.
Graphic
and then
standards.
resubmit.
The spacing, everything, yes.
They have a font noted just to, they
Century.
have Century noted as the font.
Denied.
So do we want to table it and ask for more details on the font as far as like the kerning and the size has to go, and then the space between the posts, and then talk to them next week or next month rather?
Yeah, and it should include how they will be aligned. It should include the surround, minimum surround on all sides. More it's all gonna be white, right? White and illuminated white.
Yep.
So we don't need color.
I don't think that's Century, by the way, that we're looking at.
I don't think so either. Dumb question, for those who are better at signage. How do we talk about the size of the letters? And consistency, or, you know, two or three standards of letter sizing?
It's just the font size.
Is it still a font size when it's that big?
Oh, you mean
Right.
you don't use
Font
points?
size 223.
I think you're right. I think there's the waist, there's the top, there's the bottom, and then you go above the top, you go below the bottom. There's terms for that. And
There's the
basically
X
what
height.
you're setting, you know, if you zoom in, or here, can I even share?
Is it always lowercase? Must it always be lowercase? I would think it does, based on what they're showing.
So I just took control, but it would be setting the distance across the top and the bottom, always
That-
consistent.
Well, that's the X height. So you use the letter X to determine that.
Oh, okay.
It's called the X height.
Okay.
See, I knew there were smarter people in the room when it came to signage.
Well, Brian probably knows more about
I
this
know.
than I do.
He asked to get unmuted. Did you see that,
Who did?
Brian?
He's unmuted.
Brian, you know more about typography size parameters.
We've lost our chairman.
Oh, I see your phone. Gotcha. Hold on, give me a sec.
Oh, is his audio on a different?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got two.
Oh,
Alright,
thank
you can-
God.
There he is.
I'm like, somebody, I can't breathe. Oh, what was the question? I was so busy trying to unmute.
Besides the X height, what are the other parameters about the font that we can say they need to specify?
Well, you know, your kerning should be the same. You know, just generally, you're only going to be able to fit X amount if you have the same font and the same size. So
Mhm.
the only way they can control that is with the kerning and the spacing. So if we tell them it can only be, you know, 12 feet wide and the font size is, you know, whatever it is, then that's what they're stuck with. when they get into the issue of trying to make everything fit by cramming it together, that's not gonna fly. So.
So
they
can we
either
ask
have-
them to specify all of those parameters that you just listed out, the
Yep,
Margins, kerning.
X height
margins,
margins, kerning?
they should,
sides.
you know, I would say, you know, we're saying 1 line or 2 max. It should be probably center justified, the text. If it's gonna be 2 lines.
Are you getting all this, Jeff?
Yep.
Well, you could tell them to come in and specify the justification.
Right,
And
But
then,
I
you-
think we want them to center justify it.
yes.
well, we're having, if we're gonna have that conversation, then we may as well establish all the parameters. What I was suggesting is they make the decision, come in, and we say, yes, this, no, that, or like we usually do.
I see your point.
So if we say, okay, tell us about the kerning, tell us about the alignment, tell us about the minimum margins, and whatever else we already mentioned. And then they can come in and lay it all out, and that way we're forcing them to think it through for every circumstance. So,
So are we suggesting that we table this
Yeah.
for them to come
Oh,
back?
yes. Yes.
Okay, so,
That's my vote.
all right,
and
So-
maybe they could bring a few alternative fonts, and one of them maybe isn't a serif font, at least.
Yeah, I'd
I
like to
think-
see alternative fonts.
I think what they've done here is they've pretty much taken the orthodontist font and just thrown it on these walls.
Exactly.
Yeah. And
Which
they haven't
is, if
given
that's,
thought at all to any of the things that we've talked about. I mean, the 14 foot and the 7 foot is based on the words tenant signage, right?
right, yep. And it, you know, it feels like, you know, they keep going back to some of the same things. So, you know, maybe in tabling it, they'll take a harder look at it.
Yeah, that's the idea. More
Okay.
details about the graphic standards, such as kerning, margins, alignment.
Probably another question to add is consideration for tenants with longer names. I mean, how are you going to get that on there in 2 lines? That's just a question. Because it
Wouldn't
will
that be a
come up.
case where
It's
they'd come in because it deviates from the sign plan.
right. So it's just something for them to consider. Does that mean that the font is smaller?
Right. How to manage exceptions? What are some standards for exceptions? Is that what you're saying?
Do we really have that as part of the sign plan, or does that become something they come in for? 'Cause
They should come
by
in for that.
definition, yeah, an exception is going to be out of bounds, and otherwise you just make it, you know, come up with a 3-line option and make that part of your plan.
Right, because I think what we don't want to see is them shrinking the font or,
Jamming it
yeah,
together.
right,
So like the mechanism would be to come in for review then.
yeah,
Right.
ideally.
Okay. I think I'm good with that one if you guys are.
Yeah, and then if they come in with what they think is sufficient information, we have an opportunity to question them, and then we can draw up the conditions after that.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Okay, we're good with that one?
Yeah.
Okay, we didn't finish Vitalize. Should we go back to that?
Why isn't it up in the gable?
Well, that's, I was confused by that, because the other images all show Clover Commons in the gable. Did that disappear? Did that get taken down?
I think that gable doesn't have one.
Oh, so all the other signs are in the freeze.
Yeah, yep,
Is it-
they're all there.
Can we assume that their door is centered on the gable and that their sign would therefore also be centered on the gable and the door? Like, the
It looks
van's
like
in the
that-
way. Why is
It
it not
looks like
centered?
that is the case.
Well, so can we condition it the center of the sign on the ridge of the gable?
Yeah,
Yeah. that makes sense. I think they probably just were sloppy with the graphic rendering.
Yeah, if they do that, I'm fine with it.
Okay.
Can't say it's not a legible font.
So you're saying it's approved with the condition that it's centered under the gable?
Yes.
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 Thank God it's not a serif font. Feet first.
Oh, isn't
Is
that
this
the
the
building we just
same-
reviewed?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like that sign.
I do too.
I do too, and I usually hate signs that have one of the letters, which
I
is
love
kind of
it.
an object, but they pulled it off.
Good.
Yeah, that looks great. I'd say that's
Oh.
approved. Everybody good with that?
Good
Yes.
with it.
All in favor?
Let's see, what's the next one? Thai Bistro, 1614.
That's the Aja noodle spot, right?
Yeah.
Brighton Hots.
I can't, yeah,
Oh man, Brighton Hots. Oof.
that didn't last long.
No.
It's okay for me.
So it's gonna be Thai now. That's good.
They need a variance for the one under the eave here, but otherwise, it's okay. That what?
Are we okay with the one, that one? That straddles wood and brick?
Now here we're coming to atone for the sin of approving Qdoba back in whenever that was, right? And now we're
Yep.
stuck with these stupid wood gables that don't make any sense anymore.
Well, this was there
So,
before, wasn't it? And this is,
no, remember they took the brick out of the gable and they put in
Oh.
wood as part of the Qdoba.
gotcha, yeah. I mean, I feel like if Thai and Bistro went on the same line, couldn't they make this work? Either all in,
Oh, wait a minute. No, this isn't Qdoba spot, is it?
no, this is
No, this is
Aja
Aja.
or
Yeah.
Brighton Hots.
Right. So what's there now?
Nothing. It was-
Nothing.
Isn't it all
Right in-
brick? No, I mean, in the gable, isn't it all brick? I didn't think they changed
I-
those gables to wood. Oh, they
Oh.
are.
Wait.
Those are wood too.
Hmm.
So it straddles it.
What the hell do they have to put seasoning in there for? That's, what is that supposed to mean?
I know, right?
Seasoning?
Tell people it's
It's the-
spicy.
It's the name.
Yeah, I don't think I think it's they don't understand really in English, it doesn't make sense.
I think, I think it would work a lot better if it was on two lines and they could potentially make it fit better on both of them.
Hmm.
So yeah, the rendering's not accurate then, because that's all white. It's white wood, painted wood up there now. Are they painting it?
Are they going to be channel letters?
I mean, okay, so if you went to the
Yes.
fifth page. Oh,
For
right there,
channel
go back.
letters, 10-inch channel letters.
If you go to the fifth page. Yeah, so they're two different sizes, west elevation and south elevation. What if they just kept the size of the west elevation, the smaller font, put it on two lines?
Barely legible from any of the major roads though.
Do they have any websites? Do they have a website up with that logo? I was just going to check.
Well, there's a
One on
location in
Webster, apparently.
Webster. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it looks like.
Yeah.
3 lines and all.
Yep.
Kind of like the little,
Doohickey thing.
yeah, above it. We're just trying
That
to
and the
make that
gable.
out of channel letters.
Do we just tell them to
Alright,
keep
so-
the smaller size then?
I don't know if I want to, I don't know if I would be comfortable with that just because I think the other one is awfully small.
It's making me hungry.
Well, it's two
yeah, how
different,
about that?
it's two different entrances though, right?
Right. So the one that we're talking about primarily is the one that faces Elmwood.
Right.
And, you know, if that's too small, I don't think it's visible. But man, if it were just a hair smaller, they might be able to fit it on 2 lines. Like Casey was saying.
Yeah, but now it doesn't match what they have. So how do you?
Yeah, but that's unrealistic expectations to think that your logo, your 3-line logo is always going to fit. It currently fits right now as a 2-line.
Yeah, what's
The box,
the other?
it totally fits.
They have it on everything probably that it's on 3 lines, seasoning, Thai.
No one, people are not intelligent enough to notice the sign of the building versus their marketing. They're going to read it, seasoning, Thai Bistro.
Well, you know, I think it's true though that making this smaller makes it less visible for vehicles, whereas the other side, you're parking when you're looking at it. So you're a lot closer, it's more intimate, and it
Right.
doesn't- you're not whizzing by it.
Yeah.
Right, that's my concern. So what are they, but they're doing something in the gable, because that's not what's there now. So what if they got rid of the round jewel?
Well, then that's an architectural
What,
review
the
board,
lunette?
not signage.
No, it's there.
No, it's on all the gables.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what we do with this one.
I would.
Well, we'll spend more time talking about it than they will be in business, so.
Well, let's be optimistic.
I'll visit this one more than I did Brighton Hots.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it'd be great to have some good Thai food right there. And I'm not just saying that because it's 10 of 8 and I haven't eaten.
But we've got a long way to go if we keep dragging it out like this.
All right, what do we want
Why
to
don't
do?
we do a straw poll or something?
Okay.
Well, I think, you know, just looking at this, I mean, it's either it's the same size for both, or, you know, we can't really alter the window above it. That is a window, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
So
because
if they're not doing something with the gable though, it's not going to be legible, period. Right? Because it's going to be white on white.
Yep.
He sent me a chat saying they will be changing the gables in the future.
To what?
To match the other ones.
So
What other ones?
The wood, the
You gotta
wood.
be more specific. There's a lot.
I know. I think it's. I told him I'm gonna have to have a conversation with him about that and the approval for what that'll be.
Okay.
What does that
Can't we
mean?
do
So
a
is it brick
sign
or
when
is
we
it?
know what the gable's gonna look like?
Well, they probably want to change it over now, right?
Yeah.
Then that's a building change. I mean, that's not signage.
Right.
It's recladding a cable. Is that going to come in for ARB or is that?
I'll have to look at what the approval said previously and kind of see how that one was.
What approval are you talking about?
Well, you guys are saying that Qdoba got changed theirs.
Qdoba put in like a wood. And if it's, you know, so it's just a simple question. Are they going to match the Qdoba one? Or are they going to, I mean, when they're going to make it match, what's adjacent to it is brick. So is it brick? Is it Qdoba wood? I guess we could construe that as Qdoba wood.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be the Qdoba wood.
Okay. So that
Yeah,
these
'cause-
will be legible.
This one's still brick, and then the other ones are, these ones are changed to match the Qdoba.
Right, you're right.
I guess as long as there's some contrast there, I'm fine with it. I mean, it's not ideal, but that's better than having it on the white. So
If we're ready for the straw poll, I'm okay as presented.
Me too.
yep, I'll go. That's
Now, what
fine.
about that? Is that artwork on the corner? Because they do have their logo lit up on the corner.
Yeah, that's.
But that's not in the submission.
Is that, well, it's
Um,
brushed metal logo, 9 square feet.
Yeah,
Oh,
There's
is it?
some,
yes.
there's something, Rick's been in conversations with them about that as far as signage, because they put that on their like zoning, their sign.
Okay,
So I think they're having
don't
those
have-
discussions.
all right. All right,
Again,
so-
remember, wasn't it Qdoba that had artwork outside?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, they did.
Yep.
So is it lit? I don't see anything about lighting it. I mean, the rendering
It
is.
says, yeah, it says backlit.
Where? Where are you guys looking?
Where did it say that? Oh, no, it just says brushed metal logo, 9 square feet. I thought I read backlit. No,
They show it lit in the rendering, in the
Right.
black and white.
yeah, I thought I read.
I mean, it's
somewhere
cool. I'm not
else.
against it.
Yeah, I'm not either. I think it's
It
cool.
says and on the application, it says the signs are illuminated from the rear. Right here.
Okay.
The logo signs, yeah. So it sounds like you guys are approving it as presented.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Our first ARB dinner there.
Nice. All right, last one, 1615. That's 2830 West Henrietta Road.
It was Tim Hortons, now it's gonna be Firehouse Subs.
Firehouse Subs. I like the logo.
Yeah, that's the brand. I think it's fabulous.
Nice.
Cool.
Oh, they got drive-through signage.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't.
I take it this is a chain.
Yeah, Firehouse Subs.
I've never heard of them.
Really? The commercials were trying to remember. I think they advertised a lot during hockey games, maybe. I don't know where I saw it. Their tagline is Firehouse Subs, founded by firemen.
Are we approving, are we being asked to approve the canopy and everything? Is this even not in our,
I think so. This is like what we did for Starbucks, remember?
okay.
Yeah.
I'm fine with all of
fine.
it.
Sure.
Is everybody good with it?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I need to
All right.
grab another glass of water here. I'll be right back.
Okay. So we're going back to the beginning.
So Brian, can
Yeah.
I make a suggestion? You could say no. But could we go through these and see if there are any that we all agree that are approved as they're presented and then circle back around? So we have an idea of what we're looking at here.
I like that idea.
Sure.
It just feels like it'll expedite things a little bit.
Yep.
Thank you.
So we just want to go through and knock off the ones that we know we're going to approve, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
just a suggestion.
Yep. And then we can get to the meat of it. I gotcha. Okay. Well, the
Saying
first,
like a straw poll on each of them, and then the ones that are approved, great. And if not, we circle back to them.
yeah, I think we can go through these real quick anyways. I mean, well, a few of them. So the first one was Rich's Dugway. I think that was fine. It's a hell of a lot better than it was. So I think this looks great.
I agree. I didn't have any comments on that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm fine. I'm fine with it.
I'm good.
I have
So-
no issues with it.
So Jeff, I think that would be approved as presented.
Okay.
Let's see, the next one is, this is the one that we're probably going to talk a little bit about.
Yeah.
So let's skip that one.
Yeah, get that out.
51 Park Lane, the Bay Carport.
Yeah, that's the old one we're looking at.
Yeah. This one, after he explained it and did some different massing, I thought it was fine after the fact. I was concerned about that air conditioner there,
Yeah,
but he said they're moving it, so,
Yeah, I agree. I was okay with the revised version.
okay.
me too.
Everybody good with that?
Yes.
Okay, so Jeff, 4AR-5-21 is approved as presented. Brighton Henrietta Town Line Road,
Ugh,
did we have to talk a lot about that one?
talking, yeah.
Okay, so I'll skip that one for the moment. Clover Street, addition to a sunroom, I was okay with that.
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Yeah. I don't like the imbalance.
I don't
Everybody else
either.
is good with it.
I don't either, but he's not changing that, right? He's keeping that existing, that where the window is. I mean,
Yeah, but the addition creates an imbalance that wasn't there before. Is it terrible? No. Is it good? Maybe. Could it be better? Yes.
yeah. Yeah,
What's our straw poll here? Is it 3-2 approved?
I'm okay with it.
yeah, I'm okay with it, so.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know he's not gonna do the better version, so.
No,
No,
right, and I
which is
wasn't asking
disappointing.
that. I just
Right. Yeah,
thought there was
yeah.
Yeah.
something there that you could balance it, right? And I don't know what that something would be. Certainly not a fake window, but
Trellis.
some architectural tree, a trellis would have been perfect, you know?
Well, I
Yeah,
guess,
he's-
Shrubs there.
you're not
Statue
gonna
of
see it,
Venus,
right?
Whatever, right.
We're not gonna see it
Yeah.
until he moves and somebody else comes in and
Gonna be a
Takes down the
works out all
rhododendron.
the,
I
yeah.
predict it'll be a rhododendron.
So are we
Right.
gonna say that one's approved as presented?
Yes.
Yeah, sounds like it.
I will, yes.
Yeah.
All right,
I
okay.
approve.
So Jeff, that one's approved as presented. Tesla Energy rooftop solar.
No.
This
I thought
one
it was a
seemed to have a,
standard that
yeah,
conduits were not allowed to be exposed. I thought that was already in our kind of playbook.
It is.
that's what I
Yes.
thought too.
So isn't that just,
I invite you all to look at this house and all the wires that are running to it. It's kind of ironic.
Yeah. Yeah.
At the
Well,
same time, we have to keep that standard for everybody.
yeah.
Precisely,
Right.
it's precedent setting, yeah.
There's been,
Can we
I mean,
approve it with conditions that they can't be exposed like that?
I'm not convinced.
I wouldn't.
How are you gonna enforce that?
Okay.
But I think this is the first
No, it's a
time we've
good
seen.
idea, but I don't think you can enforce it. They'll just go and do it the way they want to.
Okay.
they,
Yeah.
there's been some that are approved in the past where it was to paint the conduit the color of the house.
Where it's coming down vertically on the siding. And I think you're gonna have conditions like that, that's unavoidable, but this is just routing everything
Yeah.
all over the roof.
I think it's one thing, we've only done it where it's like, okay, they've run a bunch inside, they got to this point, but they gotta get from this point, you know, if it's a small amount, but this, you can't, it's not all external.
It looks like Christmas lights.
Yeah, no,
So I
reject
do
it.
appreciate their honesty by including this in the submission. But this is the first time we've seen this company, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
So
Is it something that you'd want to condition that it's routed internally on the roof?
I want
or-
to see how
So-
they're gonna do it.
Okay.
I don't,
I think there
Table.
have been, yeah, I think there have been short runs where we've had some that have run to the outside, similar to the one that we're
Yeah.
gonna come across next. Where he has a, short run from one roof to the next, but not like what they're doing here.
Yeah.
So is everybody in favor of tabling this one?
Yes.
Yes.
Or making it a condition that it goes internal, which I don't know that we can do, but
I don't support that
No.
because I don't
Flat
think
out
they're going
no.
to be able to conceal all of it. So
Yeah.
I think the condition should be route conduit within attic space wherever possible, including above garage, and see what they come back with.
As a condition of
I wouldn't even say wherever possible.
So, or conceal all conduit below roof.
Jeff, what were you going to say?
as a condition of tabling it, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Tesla tabled. Let's see. Clinton now.
I was
This
okay
one,
with this
he's,
one.
yeah, this one, he loses the window that Fran pointed out. He just needs to note that because it's not noted on here.
Well, it's not shown, so
Yeah,
it's noted. It's gone. It's not going to be there.
it's gone, but he has to at least say that that window's being eliminated.
Does he?
I
Why can't we
would
just
think
say
so.
approved as presented?
Yeah, it's presented that way. It just isn't called out.
Okay, it's fine.
I vote approved as presented.
Yep.
Yep.
Everybody good with that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's see, 394 Edgewood Ave. This is the one where we're talking about the eyebrow area.
Assuming that one might
And the
take some
window on the side of the
discussion.
garage.
Add
Maybe a
window to
little bit.
side of garage as a condition. That was one thing that was brought up.
Yeah.
I think there's
Should-
going to be just a little bit of discussion on this if
Yeah.
we want
Okay.
to stick to our plan of going through all of them.
Okay, so we can hold this one. We want to prove this one yet, we'll just talk about it. Next one is the dermatology office. So Jeff,
Yeah.
this is the, I was telling Jeff last month that I had skin cancer on the end of my nose that I had taken off. So I looked like Frankenstein last month. So,
No.
so she's the one that actually did it. She's got an office out in Victor and, or not, Pittsford. So when I saw this come up, I saw that name. I'm like, hey, I wonder if that's her. She does a great job. But so anyways, I familiar with her practice. So I'm excited that she's going to be right down the street. So,
Well, let's hope you don't need to see her again.
Yeah.
Done.
well, it wasn't the bad kind. So that's good. But it
So
was-
there's a good kind.
There's a good kind of cancer.
well, there's a good kind and a bad kind. The good kind was just get it removed. Not like, it's kind of like you just get it removed, not, oh my God, you gotta get that removed. So two different
Yeah.
things.
Yeah.
So,
Oh,
so anyways, I was fine with this. And I know this building because I passed by it a lot. But I was
Yeah, I
fine with
love
this
these
one.
buildings, the little
Mhm.
lineup of them. So I
Yeah.
was glad they kept the character.
Yeah, I'm fine with it too.
Okay. And so
I
everybody's
approve.
good with this one?
Got
Yes.
everybody?
yes.
Okay.
Okay. Green Spark Solar, this was the other one. This one didn't seem as bad to me because it's just got that one jog.
I still didn't like the jog.
Is this the one that he can't go through the roof because it's cathedral ceiling there?
Yeah.
But does he
Yeah.
need to do they need to go there? Put them somewhere else. Find a roof you can work with.
Well, what direction is that facing in? It looks like that's,
It's
Eastish. And so they're getting
Yeah.
more sun up there versus the lower
Southeast,
roof.
it's like the perfect
Yeah.
spot, you know, to get the solar.
I
Southeast.
think this is one of those cases where every now and then we're gonna have a little tiny bit that's running vertically that they can paint the same color, but it's
Yeah.
not gonna go horizontal across the roof.
But at the same time, I feel like if you push back on them and saying provide an alternate where all conduits are concealed, that they could work with the southwest. They could add on to the other southern facing. Like, I don't know. I feel like they could make some things work by just relocating panels.
I think you'd have to increase the number.
Not my
To get the same
problem.
yield.
They want.
Well, now you're creating a hardship. You're creating a
Yeah, I
hardship.
think they did a good job on this one, Casey. I mean, I'm fine with it, but I understand your comment.
Yeah,
I guess it's just hard when it's on the front of a house. I mean, it's still visible. So if we're gonna be, sticklers to one, why do we say that? I mean, if it was on the rear, I'd be better convinced to say, okay, but this is still on the front of the house.
I guess, from a value standpoint, I feel as long as it's running vertical against the side of the house and you paint it, that it's not very offensive. As soon as you turn and
Stories.
Yeah.
you're
and I
turning
think-
and coming across the roof at some point,
We should think about a maximum distance too. I mean, if it's a few feet, it's one thing. If it's 12 feet,
yeah, I don't know.
Well, and I think
I-
that's the difference between the one that we just looked at and this one. This one's, to what Chris was saying, it's mostly vertical.
mhm.
It's that one vertical jog, to the next array. So I'm actually okay with this one. What does everybody else think?
I'm okay.
I'm fine if others are fine.
Okay. I guess it's a pass then.
Okay.
Unless
You want to
Fran-
condition it
So-
to that the conduit's painted to match the
Good
wall.
idea.
Yes.
The only visible conduit is vertical to array 3. It should not extend horizontally across the roof at any point, and it's painted to match the house.
Okay.
I have a feeling the next one we're going to be talking about. So we may skip back to the beginning, that one.
Alfredo Preziosi.
Yes. So let's go back to the, yep.
We're going to start with Brighton Commons.
Ugh.
So I think
With this-
I was just gonna say, I think, all the comments that we had were valid. That there's really no, I mean, it is very flat now. There is not a lot of relief, so I wonder if there's anything that they can do to get those existing columns, maybe to, beefing up the existing columns. I don't know. There's got to be something that they can do to it that's takes away that flatness and the removal of the awnings.
Yeah, and the columns are so awful because the edges, they have like these sloppy welding on the end. It's just like worse than just a flat column. It's a flat column with an unfinished edge.
So I was just going to ask a point of order. At this point, we're not able to table. It's either denied or approved, either with or without conditions, right, Jeff?
Yep.
And if we deny it, we still have to give a justification, so there's no quick way, because the architect heard our comments. We still need to codify them somehow.
Yeah, and he's on the call still too.
Okay, good.
So
So that'll make it easier as we, attempt to summarize our feelings here.
Right. So, in looking at this too, we're looking at it from almost like the reserve perspective, where we're trying to get this to look as, as best as it can be, with, some sort of creative approval, where we would go back and forth, to some degree on getting it to that point. So even if it's, tabled or denied, the idea is that we just keep, getting this thing pushed forward. So does anybody have a feeling one way or the other? Tabled or denied?
Approved or
We
denied.
can't table it.
But we can deny it.
Right.
Okay.
I'm certainly not ready to approve it because I think it's going in the wrong direction versus what they submitted last time.
Right.
Okay.
But I
And would-
thought, like Brian said, we haven't, where, like the Jewish home, I thought when it was kind of a conceptual, we had that ability to keep going and table it again just because we were calling it conceptual.
that was my point, is that we sort of, we've done that on a few occasions. And I don't know what the actual, we have precedents. I just don't know what we end up calling it. We're just trying to get it to keep moving forward. Yes, we're denying it,
Well,
but we would like to see this, or this, right?
Yes, and I'm wondering what the implication is because either way, they just submit next month.
Correct.
Right? And a denial just means they have to start over with the paperwork, but it's not like they have to pay any additional fees or anything, right? We're not triggering that, or are we?
There's no additional fees for.
Yeah, so it's just a semantics thing at that point.
There's no additional fees, but the owner did mention, material cost. Everybody knows that, materials are harder to come by right now. So he did mention that.
So what do you suggest? I mean, I'm not in a position to approve it, and I don't think it, from what I've heard, the rest of the board is too. So how does that even matter? I mean, we're not going to be able to do partial approval on things, are we?
Right.
Or is that what you're saying?
I'm just saying, in terms of the costs associated with it, that's just something that he mentioned. So, I think we deny it and we give our reasons for denying it, and go from there,
I would do that. I would deny it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay, so Jeff, we're gonna deny it. We just have to give reasons to support that.
So I'll suggest that the removal of the awnings without any additional visual interest to draw the eye away from the columns is the wrong move. And I thought they were on the right track by trying to clad those and hide them. I thought that was actually something that could have been quite successful, and that's been deleted.
Yeah, or we could say that the removal of the awnings has created a loss of texture or relief that they have not compensated for.
I like how you
that.
just said that.
That's
Yeah.
great.
Did you catch that, Jeff?
I did.
Yes, good job.
Nailed it.
And then apart from that, the columns in themselves are need to be, what would be the word? I don't want to say embellished because then you think they come back with Ionic capitals, that wouldn't work. They need some kind of detailing that will integrate them better with the structure. And that
The
could
only thing
be-
I would challenge on that is this did get approval with the awnings before.
Well, it does,
So-
like you said, it calls more attention to the condition of the columns without the awnings, so. Maybe you're saying it's rolled into that previous statement about the awnings?
Yes. Jeff, can you read back what Mary said? Or Mary, do you remember exactly what you said?
Removal of awnings created a loss of relief that was not compensated for.
Relief or texture?
Okay,
say
so
relief
could we
and
go on
texture.
specific areas of concern include the awkward column, the, I don't know, I'm losing it.
What is the word for those columns? Because they just
Um,
stop and they're
Posts.
unfinished.
They're posts.
Yeah,
Two
nice.
steel
Yeah.
posts.
Yeah, posts.
You know, it's interesting to, you've got the orthodontist, you've got this, this new entrance on the backside, and you've got that treatment to Abbott's. Like, I think all of those are great. They're really nice the way that they're done, but then we haven't addressed those pipes, if you will. We have the posts. Those have never been addressed. Even in the previous update from years ago, they were never really addressed. So I think they're just kind of lingering there. And now they sort of stick out because you've removed that relief and that texture, to Mary's point.
Weren't they gonna clad those?
They were originally last month
So
showed a cladding.
in lieu
on
of
them.
cladding, what do they propose to do to improve the appearance of the columns, of the
But even the
posts?
cladding was very minimal. I mean, look at the rendering. It's pretty, it was a tight clad.
Yeah, but at least it brought the post up to
True, up to the
a
cornice.
termination.
But that was when they were
And-
revising the cornice. They were making it
Right,
bigger.
which they're no longer doing. Which I don't mourn the loss of that necessarily. But it may be enough to say that that visual relief that we've lost draws attention to a particularly problematic detail that needs to be addressed in the columns.
Jeff, do you have enough?
I'll be able to go back to the video and get that one. Everybody likes it.
Okay.
Okay.
Do we,
I think you said it correctly. I'm just afraid that they might not have anything to grab onto because it's kind of vague. It doesn't really.
Well, the
say-
architect is still here listening to this. I think that helps, right, Jeff?
Yeah.
So I guess I'm relying on the idea that, maybe we are a little lean on the articulation in the letter, but there's enough for him to take back and understand what our concerns are.
Now, do we want to say anything about the colors? Because we have lost color too with the awnings going away.
I'm not sure.
Well,
I mean,
yeah,
for me-
I'm not sure either.
I guess it depends what they come back with in terms of the architectural interventions,
Yeah, no,
Those colors might work with certain architectural interventions, and I would hate to say, no, we don't like the colors, right? And then that forces them to revisit the colors when maybe that's
right. Like
that
once
can
you
be
break
successful.
up the expanse and you give
Right.
it some interest, then the color could work potentially.
right, exactly. So color is
Precisely.
one way to give texture to the facade, as would be the awnings, as would be, I don't know, a textured material or some other change in treatment. So.
I would just, based on that statement, I feel like color alone is not enough to mitigate the removal of the awnings.
No, it
No.
isn't.
Yeah, don't just paint the ephes like a fake column or a fake awning. No.
Right. So I don't know, maybe we can be silent on the colors for now
Yeah.
until we see them
Yeah.
deployed with whatever they're gonna do.
There's a big difference between showing the column wrapped the way that they did before and then showing it without. And they haven't changed the color per se. It's just removing that. You now
Yeah.
see the expanse of
Well, they
of
did
what
change
it
the
is.
color,
I would say we just stay silent on that.
Okay.
but they did change color because remember we commented on it on the beige,
Oh, yeah,
Wow.
you're right.
Right. But this time, I don't know that we really need to comment on the color.
right. But at least I do
Yes.
appreciate that they went out there and I mean, the color did work with the brick. It does work. So
Mhm.
as opposed to this, the rendering that's in front of us now, we all kind of said, yeah, does that actually look good with the brick? So. let
So
us
that was
see what it
based on
looks-
the samples that you saw today?
Yeah,
Okay,
Yeah.
that's good to know.
Yeah, no, the coordination was fine. It's just the flatness, the resulting flatness, not caused only by the colors, of course.
Right.
Right. And
Okay.
and I think it would be worth mentioning that the main entrances and the treatment at Abbott's is a welcome addition.
yes.
At least we
Yes.
we acknowledge that. I wouldn't mind if that turned the corner a little bit at Abbott's, but on the other hand, the way that these edges are expressed on like here and here is thin. So maybe when you look at that side elevation by Abbott's, you know, this being a little thin, maybe that's not a problem. I don't know. My initial reaction was I wanted to see this take on some sort of dimensionality.
Right, I kind of want it like on the right
Or-
side, and I don't know if I'm looking beyond or not. So on that
So
lower
what if that-
elevation. Oop, oop. Yeah, I just want, you know, you want it a little bit more, something to give it presence.
I think one of the things I was going to say about that side is it's hard to suggest anything there because it's a roadway without a bollard. There's nothing there. I mean, so how far out do you go, right?
Right.
But you will see this from an angle.
Right.
So turning the corner and having this take on a little bit more of a planar expression, which actually when you see these from the side too, they have more of a plane to them, and then that folds over the roof, right?
Yep. So even just a wider band.
Yeah. And
Of
maybe it's
color.
something that we would just say, we suggest that you consider wider band at the Abbott's corner.
Yeah, but you don't want just a wide band of,
You could say explore
Silver.
a wider band.
It's a return and gives
Yeah.
three-dimensionality to that whole thing.
Yeah.
let them figure it out.
Yep.
Right. We've gotten in trouble before with the word explore, right?
Yeah.
Right. All right, are we good with this one?
Do we want to, I mean, you guys, do we want to have that to be a condition for the,
Not sure it would condition it.
It's a denial, right?
well, yeah, but as far as putting something about the band on the side.
Oh,
Yeah. Is it a suggestion or a thou shalt?
well, if we're denying it, then we have to say something. We don't have to say anything about that if we don't want to.
No.
We could suggest it.
I mean, in all honesty, if you look at elevation 3, proposed east elevation, that shows you kind of an outside corner of Brighton Commons. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to get this all in 3D and to understand what they're proposing with all these folds, if you will, around this building. Because as you go around the building, these corners are all very different. But I think that they could figure something out.
Maybe it's enough to just say that the Abbott's improvement feels a little flat and they should consider adding some depth by increasing the return at the corner, something like that.
Well, or we could have them show all the corner treatments. And then we could have a conversation about that wrapping of the corners or how the material goes from one side to the other side. The transition from one side to another, because we're looking at elevations and obviously we're not seeing those corners. We're seeing flat views. And that's
Right.
where the problem lies. It's the representational model that's being used.
Yeah, you really need to understand how each outside corner is. And actually, no, if you look at rendering on page 3 of the PDF, that opposite side of the elevation, they are proposing that wrapping and adding glass.
Right at the
Yeah, so
Macchiato.
no, that's technically that other corner of that same elevation we're talking about. Because you know, I see the glass on that elevation. I was thinking it might
Oh,
be
yeah,
pushed
yeah.
beyond. That's why I couldn't figure out when I was doing my part, I couldn't tell if I was seeing the glass beyond or if it was actually on that little alleyway, but that rendering kind of shows as being on the alleyway.
Yeah, which is not showing up on the elevation. So that's part of their future development anyway, but
But it's that same facade. So I'd say what they're proposing on the, I'm not good at what's east and west. So if I'm looking at the south elevation, Monroe Ave is the
This is the east.
east.
Yes.
So
Monroe Avenue is east.
what? Monroe Ave is east.
It's
So
not pure
on,
east, but it's, yeah.
right. So on south elevation, you know, on the southeast corner, somehow replicate a similar treatment on the southwest corner, Abbott's.
yeah, the Abbott's Corner.
Because what they're
Give
doing in
some depth.
southeast makes sense. So do something similar to southwest. You've got a precedent. Move with it.
Right. So, all right.
So do we
No,
want
it's
to
in-
suggest that?
I was gonna put.
I would like to suggest that. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to tell them what to
Do-
do. I just want to say you've done something nice on the southwest side, do something nice on the southeast side.
I was gonna
Figure
say,
it out.
I was gonna use the word consider.
Okay, that works.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, this is great. They've got the photo of what was there before the last time with that wood. And let's see, if you go to page 8 of the PDF,
Mhm.
there,
Yeah,
that's how it happened, folks. There used to be a trim detail that extended up and concealed the posts and made them visually full height.
yep. And that's what I was
Yeah.
joking about on site is that if you were around when they did this renovation, it's like, oh, you've replaced brown facade with brown facade. You just changed it to ethos.
Right.
They're just gonna do the
And
same
you've
thing.
exposed these columns that were not originally exposed. And I think had we known at the time, and I don't think it was quite clear from the presentation at the time, what the implications of that were, we would have had issue with it. I would have, you know. So now the awnings have done something to detract from them, but really the sin that was committed was taking the trim off of those and exposing them to
Right.
for what they are, which was never intended to be exposed.
I
That's
would-
why they are
that
not
none of us were
architectural
on the board.
welds.
I would argue that the sin was the original design of the post, but I think it might be better if we move on.
Agreed. Thank you.
Are you guys good with this one?
Yep.
I think so.
Yes.
Yep. I don't have the energy for this.
You know, it's
I give
interesting.
up.
I started thinking about what you were saying with the fiber cement panels, the gray fiber cement panels. And what's interesting is they can't do the same treatment on every side where the reveals are because of where all the breaks are in between the windows and the doors and everything else. So they do something different at every side. And like, how do you, like, maybe they just stick with the material width and go all the way across without, you know, changing all of these seams in their places instead of trying to make it work. Because that's the only way that they could really keep it consistent, but at least from left to right.
At least with the reveals varying, it looks like an attempt if you just slap up the 4x8 sheets, it's gonna look like no one cared.
Yeah, it's just tough on that one side where they've got the thinner sections, but
Has
I can s-
anybody looked at this just in the context of walking down Brighton Henrietta Town Line Road and seeing how remote this is and seeing what some of these other buildings are, like that U of R
Yeah.
Plaza, you know, and kind of just taking a step back and saying, all right, you know, is this excessively dissimilar in the context? You know, that's what hit me as I was starting to think about that screening requirement. And I looked at all of the equipment, I mean, all the buildings. And I was only looking at the Brighton side too. Like I didn't want the Henrietta side influence the Brighton side in terms of how we're looking at this, but there's equipment on all of those roofs. Nothing as big as that air-cooled chiller. But man, if you just kind of take a step back and think about this in terms of, is this excessively similar from other stuff around it? You know, maybe we're getting a little too hung up on, you know, a very well executed Palladian proportioned facade, and this may not be the place for it.
Well, I tend to agree with that. I mean, I think we could say, you know, we could always say, come back with a better idea for the seams, for the trim of the windows, and a proposal for screening the equipment. And I think that covers the things that we're most concerned about. Well, there's the spacing of the windows, but I don't know how you get around that. But, you know, these are projects that have limited budgets and they have schedules and they have all those things. And if it's true what you're saying, that we're nitpicking because the experience of the public is not going to be such that those little details are going to be important, given the context, I don't know. I mean, I don't know to what point it can be perfected the way we're talking about a problem that in the Renaissance they couldn't solve. How do you reconcile the floor plan with the facade? I mean, it's a big problem.
So if we were to take a straw poll, it would say approved, and with the condition that the lower profile equipment be used.
I was
And
definitely in favor of the lower profile equipment.
Yeah, I agree.
I would do
then the
that.
only other thing I have, and this may be just me, I just think it's super weird if you're doing a dark trim around the windows on the front to stop doing that when you have almost the exact same detail on the side. But I could be talked out of that.
I don't see why they can't use it. I mean,
I would
that's,
remove it. In all honesty, I'd do the opposite
Remove it from the front.
and just keep it the light gray, and then it at least doesn't call your attention to all the mismatching windows.
Yeah, the more contrast you put on it, the more these compositional details are going to stand out.
The ironic thing is that center bay is the only one that's got like symmetry to it.
But it's not going to lose that by changing the trim color.
No, it's not. So what would the suggestion be then, you know?
On south
South
elevation.
elevation,
Follow trim color.
revised trim color at light colored upper bays to match the east.
Yeah. Yeah, keep it dark where it's dark, but where it's light, just match the siding.
And call it a day.
so we're saying approved with that condition and
Lower
also,
equipment.
and picking the lower equipment of the two.
Yeah.
I'm
And I-
in agreement with that.
As far as screening, are we saying no screening?
Yeah,
I'm willing to accept no screening.
Yeah.
Sorry, Fran, I was
I
talking over
agree.
you. Go ahead.
Sorry about that.
Okay. Jeff, are we good with that one?
I'm good, yeah.
Okay.
On to new business.
Okay. So this one, I think it was just For me, it was just that eyebrow area. I was probably fine with it. It's just the, is there something else that they could do in there? Beefing up the trim or putting in lights, or we suggested the larger doors, but does that make it look commercial? Thoughts on this? Would we want to approve this with conditions?
I'm ready to approve it with conditions.
Me too. I have to
Yeah.
go. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I
So what
agree
are-
about having the window in the garage.
Oh, yes.
That
What side is that?
it's the street side elevation. The Edgewood side of the garage.
Yeah, I don't think we have an actual elevation of it. It's shown in the rendering, but I don't think we have a straight on elevation.
Of which side?
The Edgewood side. To be
No,
the
there's-
left wall, if you're, what we're looking at right now.
No, there's not one.
Right.
I
So,
asked
I
them
mean,
for
it's-
one. Go ahead.
Say you only see it in one of the renderings. I was trying to see if is there east, west? On any of these?
So approved with conditions to add window to Edgewood side of garage.
Yeah. Is Chris doing this?
Yep.
Of course.
You're getting very fancy with your overlays.
Had a lot of practice with Zoom.
Are you drawing with a mouse?
Yep.
Dude, you gotta get a stylus. Are we done with this one?
I think so.
Do we want to talk about, or did we already finalize what we wanted to say about the garage front, that elevation? Do we pick up our comments there, Jeff?
I don't think so.
Do we want to make a suggestion for the, like beefing up the trim or
The lighting,
adding lighting?
sconces.
Yeah.
I don't know. It faces the side.
You know,
Like,
he gave me
isn't
the
there-
impression of understanding exactly what the problem was.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I think he's motivated to to look at that a little further.
Okay.
That was my impression. I don't know. Fran, you had the same impression?
Yeah, I think he was in agreement
Yeah.
with those suggestions.
Do you just want to put something generic in the statement and let him kind of just run with it?
Yeah, I would do that. I felt like I could trust him.
As a condition or as an explore?
As a suggest.
Okay.
I was gonna say consider changes to the front of the garage as discussed during the meeting.
Perfect.
Perfect.
I would say improvements, not changes. But whatever.
Okay.
All right. Are we good with that one?
Yes.
Yep.
I know.
Are we on to Alfredo? We are.
This is the last
Mamma
one.
mia.
Oh,
I have to say, I thought he did a great job with the plans.
I did too. I mean, it was hard to understand a lot of it, but I, he talked slow and he went through it and he explained all of that.
Yeah,
There
that was
were-
a
there were-
really
there were a lot
excellent
of-
presentation.
There were a lot of, there's inconsistencies between the drawings, but, in the different views, but, he definitely explained it well. So Chris, I think you mentioned the spacing between the window on the second floor.
I did bring that up, but really where my head is at is that I question the appropriateness of this given the rest of the context in the neighborhood. And this is
Right.
going to make this a much bigger mass. It's a simple mass. And I just don't get that entry. I get everything of why the mass wants to be what it is from a plan perspective, but that entry doesn't fit that house.
Well, and the entire garage addition does not fit the house or the neighborhood. So, both neighborhoods, straddling 590, the old Evans Farms, everyone's got the same colonials. Half of them have been added onto over the garage, but they are all consistent in that you break the plane, you change a height. I mean, you can't just take a facade across a garage and a roof line and not have any breaking up and change in hierarchy.
Yeah.
I mean, I honestly, I hope we don't spend too much time dissecting this one because I think we can pinpoint some really big things that are no-goes and keep it very simple. I don't even want to go overboard in suggesting how to fix it.
So so in that essence, we're gonna table this, correct?
I would vote for tabling, yes.
Okay, does everybody have that same mentality?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think we should each say what it is that if we want to go around and see what it is, because for me, it's the massing is the problem. I mean, now we've got a palazzo. It's not the colonial American house anymore. It's just one big block. And it doesn't look like a single family home anymore.
Right. I think the entrance is a little large for that style of house. It doesn't feel right.
And
The
there's
backside treatment, the backside window treatment off the back doesn't really work in this style of house.
Right.
I understand where he's going, but again, when I mentioned consistencies with the drawing, he's showing various things going on here, and I'm not sure exactly what's what. So,
Well, I think what happened is there was a vernacular version of a style when he started out, but now it's kind of a little bit of this and a little bit of that. So it doesn't really have any kind of, it doesn't belong to any kind of style anymore.
right.
And I think that has not been resolved. Again, I really like the floor plan. I think they were great improvements, but it's the exterior that we should have been talking about right from the beginning, because with him.
So in tabling this, we have to come back with some things for Jeff to put down.
right. Well, I was going to take my turn to kind of air all the grievances.
Okay.
And yes, the massing, there is precedent, and Brian, as you were starting to talk about the entrance, there's precedent for doing like a one-story pooch out. But I don't ever recall seeing anywhere two-story like this, which would be right at home in any modern subdivision where they have like a double height entry space,
I hate them.
Yeah.
This doesn't fit the character of the neighborhood, and it's so out of character with what's going on the house, and that's what's lacking is some sort of unified vision for it. The view that we're looking at right now, if you're going to have some sort of modernist contrasting element, then the language of that element should stand on its own, and you don't try to mimic that then outside of it. So that window on the corner should not be of the ilk of what was the red box. It should be of the ilk of what's happening with the rest of the addition. Then the red box itself is it's an interesting idea, but the proportions of it are so bad with respect to the rest of the house. I mean, you're talking about a colonial with a very modest eave, and then you're going to come out just a tiny little bit, 8 inches, with a mass that doesn't quite extend down far enough. It doesn't quite extend up far enough. It's just so ill proportioned that it fails. So I don't know how we articulate all of this in our conditions, but
Well, is
that's.
I'm sorry.
That-
Is it?
I was just going to say that's if somebody were presenting this to me in like an architectural pinup, those are the comments I would have. And what I would be saying to them is, if you're going to do some sort of change to the mass, number one, make sure that the rest of the house is of a consistent language, which it is not. The entrance does not fit the rest of the house. Number two, the mass of this thing is just way out of whack with what's going on with the rest of the neighborhood, which is kind of our fundamental charge, is to make sure that these things are not excessively similar from the rest of the context.
So,
and then restudy your proportions of everything, the fenestration of if you're really going to do that pooch out, it's got to be well proportioned.
So of the things that you were just saying, one thing to note in the conditions, you could just say overall massing is too large. The second thing could be the overall character of the house is too dissimilar from surrounding neighborhood. And then like the third thing could be that the overall architectural language is not consistent.
Well, maybe
nice job,
maybe that third thing would say the well thought out interior plan, improvements to the interior plan are not articulated on the exterior with a consistent language. Because that's kind of what Chris was saying. I agree.
I didn't like the floor plan changes.
You didn't?
No.
I thought you did a good job on those.
I felt like it's a lot to do for what not gaining a lot.
Well, the point is,
but I'm not the owner, so that's not
right. But we don't have to be that interested in the floor plan anyway. Right. The point is, on the outside, it's not resolved.
Right. I would say, as far as the scale and the massing, I would suggest separating out the entrance and the garage addition, because I'm not sure if anyone would let a 2-story entrance addition fly in this group for this particular house and neighborhood. So that's a whole different, a different type of scale that we're talking about versus a very, large second floor addition. Now you're talking about change in hierarchy versus your entrance. You want to have hierarchy, but not 2 stories.
You could do that with a modest gable down below, which is more, not only for the neighborhood, but for the entire town of this, houses of this ilk. So.
Well, I think what Brian was saying, you were calling them conditions, Brian, right? But they're really justifications for tabling. Is that what they are?
Correct. Yep.
Yeah, I think those sounded good. I don't know how anybody else feels about it.
Jeff, can you reread them?
Overall massing is too large, and I have overall characters dissimilar to the other houses in the neighborhood. And then the overall architecture is inconsistent.
Well, the language we wanted to say.
Overall architectural language is not consistent.
Yeah.
With the neighborhood.
And with itself.
Right? Yeah, well, I know.
With itself, yeah.
Yeah, which really is that's the hardest thing to look past for me is that it's a total surprise coming around that corner, not in the way you expect or are delighted by.
I like the word delight. Yeah, well put.
So are we good with this one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Why are you tracing everything?
I
He likes to
was
draw.
extending this up to the roof so
Yeah.
that we get rid of the bird perch. You know, trying to make this more of a decent proportion. I mean, maybe it's got to come all the way down. I don't know. But then on the front, you can certainly like Casey, what you were noting is a lot of these, there's a little step that helps break that down, right? This entrance, I mean, this was just bonus space upstairs anyway, right? To get just.
No,
about-
that's what gave the kid the desk area.
Mhm.
You know, it reminds me a lot about how they do interior architecture in Italy. They're always creating these little nooks and crannies for people to do work in because the houses are so, the condos are so small, right? And so that, it kind of reminded me of that. Anyway. I
Was he
think-
Italian?
How could you tell?
I actually thought that he might have been of Latino descent. I just, until you said Italian and then just the grazie architettura or whatever you said.
No,
It's like,
architecto. That's architects in Italy have a title. They're addressed with the title architetto by everybody.
Well, I
So-
could get on board with that.
Yeah, I'm
I
sure you could.
know, I know, we need that.
But prezioso means precious in the plural. The precious ones, his name means. Alfredo of the precious ones.
Interesting.
It's nice.
Can you get better alignment with those windows as you sketch?
Can we stop designing?
Are we
this
done?
and finish our meeting, please, you guys?
I think
I'm
we're
dying.
done.
I
I
think
want to
we're
go
done.
eat dinner.
Oh, well, let's go eat dinner. Mine's cold.
Dinner?
Jeff,
Or
is that the last
Is
I'm
it
going to the microwave.
breakfast?
That was the last
Make
one.
myself bacon and eggs.
Okay, great.
Well, it was
Well, that-
wonderful doing this marathon session. I wish we could put a limit on how many cases we look at because it's hard to imagine we can do justice to so many.
I
I
know.
have a-
We need to
I have a
start putting a
feeling-
limit and making a second day.
I have a feeling there's going to be a lot more next month. I don't know why I say that, but I'm just saying it.
I don't think I can be here next month.
Oh, I cannot. That's my daughter's birthday. Calling dibs.
Happy
There's-
birthday.
Happy birthday
Next
early.
month. Oh, I'm
She's
busy.
gonna
Yeah.
be 8.
Okay,
Oh, that's nice.
I'm going.
All
going.
right.
All right,
Good
thanks,
night.
everybody. You
All
guys
right,
are
thank you.
super.
Brian, wonderful job leading. Hey?
Yes, great job,
Oh,
Good
thank
Brian.
you.
job, Brian. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye,
Night.
guys. See you later, Jeff.
See ya. Thanks, Brett.
Yeah, man, that was exciting.
Always.
Yeah, later.
Yeah.